Chapter 86. Master, do you still want me to translate your previous words? Little Black asked hesitantly. What words? You said that the Unsullied are extremely loyal, and that the Golden Group is untrustworthy. Smack! Krazini slapped the little girl's head hard and said angrily, Of course I have to translate such words that are beneficial to the transaction. You stupid sheep, why are you still asking about this? The little translator took the hit and said, But you later said that the Golden Group would never break the contract. Now that the contract has been signed with the city of Mir, Her Majesty the Queen of the Westeros can no longer hire the Golden Group. This, after hesitating for a moment, the fat slave owner pulled at the sweaty robe on his body in frustration and said, Ask her how to hire the Golden Group first. Dany glanced at Krazini's trembling chest and thought to herself, So big, even bigger than Litha's maid Doria. Such a figure is really not suitable for wearing a toga robe. Things that should not be exposed were all exposed. After the little translator asked once, she said, The Targaryen family has a blood contract with the Golden Group. They will help me restore my kingdom. After all, the founder of the Golden Group is the illegitimate son of the Targaryen family, and the core members of the Legion are mostly descendants of exiled nobles from Westeros. Since they can return home to be nobles, they naturally won't be willing to stay in a foreign land and be a precarious mercenary. Whitebeard and Cora both looked at Dany in shock. They did not expect her to have such a hidden card. That seems to make sense. Krazini touched his black and red forked beard like steel needles on his chin and sighed. Tell her that she can go back and discuss it. I will temporarily keep this batch of Unsullied for her. This stingy guy, it's already noon, but he didn't even treat me to lunch. I stood in the square all morning and didn't even get to drink a glass of water. That fat pig, on the other hand, ate iced wine and fresh fruits nonstop. Dany said goodbye, politely, while cursing the slave owner in her heart. Passing through Pride Square, they brought back the horses and cows from the cattle pen at the end of the street. When the centaur put the yoke on the ox cart, Cora asked in a low voice, Your Highness, do you really have a secret agreement with the Golden Regiment? It's fake, Dany said as she climbed onto the ox cart and beckoned Whitebeard to come in. Viserys once took me to visit Commander Miztone. Viserys used the money from selling his mother's crown to treat the commanders of the Golden Regiment and above to a feast, hoping that they would be willing to help him regain the throne. Haha, those fellows were eating and drinking while laughing at Viserys after he finished his request. Meathtodd? Whitebeard thought for a moment and sighed. Blackheart Meath died 3 years ago, and the Toynes family is completely extinct. The current leader of the Golden Regiment is Harry Strickland, who is known as the Homeless. Hearing the uneasiness in his tone, Dany asked curiously, Is the Toynes very famous? The backbone members of the Golden Regiment are almost all descendants of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. 100 years ago, the first Black Fire Rebellion failed. Some of the nobles who supported Demon Blackfire surrendered, and some of them supported Demon's son in exile under the leadership of Igor Riverine. The fiefs and titles of the fugitives were taken back by the royal family. Igor saw that many exiled knights or lords were forced to sign up to join other mercenary regiments. He was afraid that the number of families supporting the Black Fire would decrease, so he decided to set up his own mercenary regiment, the Golden Regiment. Speaking of the Black Fire Rebellion, it was the fault of the blessed Saint Baelor. Remember the virgin home built by Saint Baelor in the palace? He not only broke off the engagement with Diana, who was engaged to him, but also locked her and 2 other sisters in the virgin home because of his belief in God and the destruction of human desires. He did not let himself or his sisters be tainted by the evil desire. But as the saying goes, if you marry a daughter, you will become an enemy. Diana sneaked down the tower and kept a wild man. The adulterer was not someone else, but a family member. He was Diana and Baelor's cousin. Soon, Princess Diana's belly swelled, and she could no longer hide it. How did Saint Baelor deal with this? He went to the Holy Church to fast and pray. After fasting for more than 40 days, he starved to death. Saint Baelor was a virgin man, so naturally, he did not have a son to inherit the throne. That cousin of his, Aegon IV, took advantage of the situation and became the king. Even though both of his parents were Targaryens, they did not marry and gave birth to an illegitimate child, Daemon Vaeshurs. Yes, the king's territory was close to the sea, so the illegitimate child's surname was Vaeshurs. Later, Aegon IV bestowed the Targaryen clan's sword, Black Fire, to the illegitimate child in public and acknowledged them as his own sons. Only then did Daemon change his surname to Blackfire. Town is one of the noble families. 40 years ago, during the Fifth Blackfire Rebellion, which was also the Battle of the Nine Copper Kings, I heard that Sir Barristan killed Meath's father, Simon Town. Whitebeard gripped his walking stick tightly in frustration. He almost spilled the beans. Dany glanced at him and said, "You even know about such a small matter as Barristan killing Simon." "It's not a small matter." Whitebeard racked his brain and tried to think about the glorious history of the Toyen family. After a while, he stammered, "The Toyen family has a strong martial spirit. There will be many powerful knights in every generation. There was once an imperial guard." "Oomph." Cora, who was beside the ox cart, snorted and said meaningfully, "Why don't you tell the princess what the town family's Kingsguard did?" Whitebeard was shocked and blurted out, "You still remember what happened hundreds of years ago?" "Hee, there's only one Kingsguard who dares to cuckold the king." Cora laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped his helmet. "Sigh wrong. Now, there's another Jaime Lannister. That guy is really... The white bull who put on the white robe for him must be stomping his feet in regret in heaven." Sir Jaime broke all the taboos of the Kingsguard with his own strength. Whitebeard's face turned pale as he listened. He pursed his lips and did not say a word. There was no way to refute this. Jaime Lannister entered the Kingsguard through the most orthodox ceremony. It was more authentic than Robert and Joffrey's Kingsguard, and his actions, regicide, incest, sleeping with the king's wife, they were all so real. "Sir, you're also in Kingsguard now." Dany broke the awkward silence. "This guy has no referral, no approval from the captain of the Kingsguard, and his name is not in the Book of White Knight. He can't be considered an orthodox Kingsguard." The old man advised Dany, "Your Highness, I think you should consider it carefully. Even if Sir Cora has the merit of protecting the king, you can reward him in other ways. Now, the reputation of the Kingsguard has withered, and it can no longer be sullied by others." Bang, bang, bang. Cora angrily slapped the small window of the bullock cart and shouted, "Old dog, come out. I want to duel with you, regardless of life or death. Change your armor, and I'll only use one hand." Whitebeard retorted, "Cough, cough. Have you all forgotten our current situation?" Dany reminded them and changed the topic. "Let's talk about the Unsullied one by one. Aston, you go first." "I suggest your highness not to buy. The nobles and people of the Seven Kingdoms hate slavery. Regardless of the teachings of the old and new gods, slavery is an extremely evil thing. If you bring a group of slaves into the Westeros and plan to use them to conquer the Seven Kingdoms, then all the nobles of the continent will oppose you," Whitebeard said seriously. "Aston, do you really trust Illyrio?" Dany asked as she looked at his melancholy blue eyes. This, seeing the hesitation on the old man's face, Cora sneered. Even the wise wouldn't trust that fat spice merchant. Rather than entrusting your life to a merchant, it's more practical to hire an Unsullied. The slave masters and slavery in Slave Bay are very evil, and I agree with that, but the Unsullied are very useful. They won't burn, kill, and loot after winning a battle, and they won't rape women. Back then, Tywin Lannister's Western army ransacked the entire King's Landing and raped countless women. This is why I feel that Sir Cora is not qualified to become a Kingsguard," Whitebeard said angrily to Dany. "He is a slave trader himself. Think about what he did on Bear Island, and you won't be surprised why he instigated you to come to Slave Bay to buy slaves. He's a connoisseur." "Old man, I really have tolerated you for a long time," Cora said angrily to Dany. "Your Highness, I suggest that you immediately chase him and that fat eunuch away. Perhaps Illyrio wants your dragon as much as Zero of Quirus. and he sent them to deceive you into going to Pentos alone. Once you're in his territory, won't he be the one to do as he pleases? Since we're already at Slave Bay, there's no need for a ship. Let them all return to Pentos. Nonsense. How could I help the merchants of Pentos deceive your highness? Whitebeard seemed to have been greatly insulted. His face flushed red with anger. Your highness, you're right to be worried about Illyrio. Merchants cannot be trusted, but you must understand that if you want to gain the loyalty of the Seven Kingdoms, you can only rely on your own people. Why don't we return to Pentos first? I have a way to help you contact a group of loyal nobles, and then choose a group of knights to be your squires. Dany opened her mouth to speak, but the ox cart suddenly stopped. Then she heard Jogo, who was riding in front, shout, "Make way for the mother of dragons. Hurry up, you slaves. Don't block the path of the mother of dragons." Dany opened the curtains and poked her head out to take a look. She saw a long line of slaves dragging their heavy anklets as they struggled to move forward in silence at the crossroads ahead. They were ordinary slaves with light brown skin, black hair, and almond eyes. Dothraki? Shepherds? Under normal circumstances, Dothraki and shepherds could be distinguished at a glance. Apart from their braids and clothing, the spirits of the two races were completely different. The centaurs were even more unruly, and both men and women had a, "I don't even submit to the heavens, so why would I submit to you? Kill me if you have the guts." But at this moment, their faces were all numb, their eyes dim, and their temperaments submissive. Everyone was naked, including the women, but there were no children among them. Presumably, the children had been sent to attend the Unsullied Ones training. There was a supervisor at the side of the slaves, and behind him were a man and a woman riding on a white donkey. The man wore a red silk toka robe, and the woman had an ivory comb in her red and black hair. Her face was covered with a veil, and she wore a blue linen dress decorated with small pieces of lapis lazuli. She had an exotic air that belonged to the Jith people. They had been laughing and playing together, but when they heard Jogo shout, the man turned his head and casually looked at Dany's group. He gestured to the supervisor to speed up, and then continued to flirt with the woman next to him. Chapter 87. The Overseer was a strong Dothraki. He held a long whip with 5 thin whips in his hand. A chained harpy was tattooed on his muscular chest. The Centaur supervisor had a prideful expression, cracking his whip as he shouted, "Lowly slaves, hurry up and leave," and the like. "Hey, Centaur." A centaur with a harpy on his chest. Dany waved to the Overseer with half of her body exposed outside the door. "Where are the slaves you are escorting from?" "Of course they are from the Sea of Grass." The Centaur Overseer replied loudly. "Women. They were transported from Irene. They are all defeated Colossus tribesmen. Her name is Khaleesi." Jogo pointed at him and shouted, "Ridiculous. I'm not from Colossus either." The Centaur Overseer muttered. Dany waved her hand at the Blood Alliance guard, telling him not to worry about such trivial matters. She continued to ask the Overseer, "What should we do with these slaves? They can't become unsullied. They have to be sent to the docks to be sold to slave merchants." As if sensing a business opportunity, the male Khaleesi finally stopped teasing his female companion. He rode a donkey forward and smiled. "Khaleesi, are you interested in this batch of slaves? Let me tell you, we are not the kind of middlemen. The price is so low that it's almost free. I bought a batch of centaur slaves in Khaleesi. It was said that they were transported from Apasta. 20 centaurs cost me 40 silver coins. It's too expensive." Dany shook her head repeatedly. "Hey, that's the middleman. They sell from Apasta to Khaleesi, Volantis, and other city-states. After a trip by sea, the price is more than double." The slave Overseer pointed at his slaves and said loudly, "1 silver coin for 3. You can choose as you wish. If you buy more, I can even give you a discount." Dany looked sideways. There were about 300 slaves. "What's the discount if I buy all of them?" "Buy all of them." The man looked at her suspiciously. "My Colossus is too small. I need to replenish the population." She explained. "Oh yes, you are Khaleesi." The man suddenly understood. His eyes lit up, and he suggested, Why don't I introduce another batch of slaves to you? There are more than 800 of them. I can give you a 20% discount. They're all centaurs? She asked doubtfully. Sigh. The centaurs are brave and unafraid of death, but they're not good at fighting. They don't know how to farm. They don't know how to craft. We don't need slave soldiers. Other than breeding centaurs to be unsullied, they're almost useless. The young slave owner sighed. Why did you buy so many? Danny asked. The Aposta man looked at Xiaogu and then at Cora, who was protecting Danny. He carefully said, Since you are a Khaleesi, you should understand the character of centaurs. Khal brought tens of thousands of roaring warriors to the city and proposed an exchange of gifts, centaur slaves. How can we refuse? Fortunately, the Khals don't ask for high prices. A batch of living materials can be exchanged for a large number of slaves, so we can make a small profit. Sigh. Danny sighed and returned to the carriage. She said to Xiaogu through the window, Tell him the location of our ship's dock. Buy 300 first, and buy the remaining 800 when we leave. Hey, it's cheaper if you buy it now, the Aposta man hurriedly called out. There's no place to put them. You keep them for me first. It won't take more than 3 days. They won't eat too much of your food. Okay. The carriage was faster than the slaves. Danny continued to move forward. The slaves changed direction and followed behind the carriage. They walked through the long red brick street all the way back to the dock area, but they still didn't see many pedestrians. In fact, there were only a dozen ships sparsely parked at the long red brick dock. As soon as they got off the carriage, Danny smelled a strong meat aroma. She looked sideways and saw the strong man Beworth sitting on the red brick road with his legs dangling in the sea. There was a small pot beside him. The aroma wafted from the pot. Aware of her sight, Beworth grabbed a piece of brown meat dripping with soup from the pot and called out, Little Queen, do you want to eat? What meat? She walked over and asked curiously. Dog meat. Seeing Danny coming over, Beavis was very happy. He smiled and introduced. The people of Aposta are experts at eating dog meat. Barbecued dog meat jelly, dog meat broth. TSK. Beavis has traveled all over the continent of Ursos, and the dog meat here is the best. Danny followed his example. She sat on the ground and soaked her feet in the sea. She picked up a piece of hot dog meat from the pot with her right hand and tore into it. Wow, delicious, so delicious. She slurred to Jichi, who was looking at the side of the ship. How can there be meat without wine? Jichi, bring me the 2 bottles of Qingting Island red wine. Ha, you're right. There should be wine and meat. The tall eunuch was happier. Your Highness. Whitebeard frowned and hesitantly advised. You are the queen of the 7 kingdoms. How can you, not to mention the queen, even if the 7 gods came to the world, they have to eat when it's mealtime. Otherwise, St. Bailey wouldn't starve to death. Danny ate the meat as she spoke. The thick juice at the corner of her mouth slipped onto the Chong Sam on her chest. You. Whitebeard was even more shocked. St. Bailey is your ancestor. Then did he starve to death? She asked casually. Yes. Whitebeard said with difficulty. I didn't say anything wrong. Jichi trotted down with 2 bottles of wine. Danny bit off the cork with a pop sound. This unsightly action made Whitebeard's eyes twitch again. She handed a bottle of wine with the cork removed to the fat eunuch. She blew into the bottle and sighed. This taste, I dare say it's 10 times better than sitting on the Iron Throne. Ha ha ha. The fat eunuch laughed and slapped his thigh. Let me tell you, from now on, Beavis likes you. He thinks you are a queen. Sigh. I only found out today that you have some attainments in eating. I thought you were like a pig who could stuff anything into your stomach. Danny teased. Ha ha. Your Highness, you didn't forget what Krasny said, did you? Chola stood aside and said. What? She complained while gnawing on the bone. There's no pepper. There's still a difference. What pepper? Are you talking about the fire dragon pepper? Beavis asked. No, the fire dragon pepper is pepper. It's not the same as pepper. It's the kind that makes people's mouth burn. Danny gestured a few times. Finally, she waved her hand and sighed. When the dragon grows up, I must ride him and find a pepper. Cough, cough, cough. Chola coughed a few times to remind her. I'm talking to you. I'm listening, go on. She said. Every Unsullied has to kill the dog they have raised for a year, but many Unsullied can't complete this assessment. Danny, who was gnawing on a bone as thick as a child's arm with her mouth wide open, froze. Chola acted as if he didn't see it and continued. Then the slave owner will kill the little Unsullied and feed his puppy with his flesh and bones. Perhaps many dogs in a pasta are so. Stop. Danny raised the wine bottle and interrupted him. She spat out the bone and asked Beavis, "With your years of experience eating dog meat, you must be able to tell that this is an old dog, right?" Without waiting for Beavis to answer, Danny put down the bottle and stood up with her hands on the ground. She said to Chola, "This is an old dog raised by ordinary people." Beavis, you continue. "I'm full. I'm going to take a nap." After that, she walked towards the spiral staircase lightly, but her footsteps were a little staggered. She seemed to be drunk. In the afternoon, more than 300 Slake slaves were sent to the ship. Because they had found a buyer, they no longer had to be naked for the buyer to check. At this time, not only was he wearing a shabby linen robe, he was also wearing a bronze slave collar. Danny didn't put the man into the fighting bull record. Instead, she called a Fanny and asked him to arrange some chores for them to do. Now, they can't be considered centaurs. They're almost crippled. Let them recall the glorious years of the centaurs first, then make arrangements. She told the old man. At this point, she caught a glimpse of a few older women in the slave team and asked the old man, "Afanti, do you want a wife? If you nod, I'll introduce you to a partner." Afanti hesitated and said, "Calixi, centaurs are not popular with marriage. The weak can't guarantee that their wives won't be invaded by the strong." "So you have that intention?" Danny saw that there was hope, so she patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him. "Afanti, your identity is different now. Commander of a bull record. Isn't it enough for you to fart? My Blood Alliance guard is only a bull record. This, centaurs respect martial strength. Commander of a bull record doesn't mean anything, right? It doesn't mean anything. Why do you have to stand here and talk to me? My Kala Sa, I'm a master. Martial strength is important, but loyalty to me and the merits of Kala Sa is more important." Seeing that he was still hesitating, the centaurs around him didn't think much of it. They were all bull record commanders of Kala Sa. She pointed to a tall and sturdy centaur among the slaves and loudly asked everyone, "That person can definitely defeat the 3 Afundi easily. Now, because of his strength, I want to strip Afundi Nyo Lu of his position as the commander and let him replace him. From now on, he will be on the same level as you bull record commanders. Are you happy?" "Don't," Afanti cried and begged. "Can't I marry a wife? Calixi, I've followed you through the Red Wasteland and swam through thousands of miles of poisonous water. If you do this, I'm not happy. Calixi, Afanti has been helping us take care of the horses. It's very..." August stood out and scratched his head in distress. He didn't know how to express his thoughts. Danny waved her hand and said, "I'm only asking. Are you happy?" "I don't know why, but I'm not happy." August said sullenly, "I'm not happy either." The remaining Blood Alliance guard and centaur leader all said at once. "Pa!" Danny clapped her hands and shouted, "That's right. Of course you're not happy, because no one is invincible. If you only talk about martial strength and status, then one day you will all be replaced by newcomers. They didn't contribute anything to Kala Sa at all. It was because of everyone's kindness that they were able to obtain their freedom and regain their dignity as a centaur. We are their benefactors. How can they ride on our heads the moment they join Kala Sa? That's not right." Ma Min's face was full of agreement. Agu only felt that Calixi had said what he was thinking, but it was hard to express it with words. Chapter 88. Yes, I raise horses for Kalasar. I am loyal to you, Khaleesi. I have made great contributions. Even if I am old and weak, my strength is not as good as theirs, but I am far more qualified than them to be the leader of the Nyolu. Afundi muttered, his eyes shining brighter as he spoke, as if he had discovered a truth that he had overlooked in the past. Danny saw their expressions and nodded to herself. The structure of the centaur's power had begun to change today. Any stable political structure would be pyramid-shaped, and the spire would be formed based on the foundation. Danny wanted the spire of the centaurs to belong to Emperor Danny and not Khaleesi Danny, so the lower structure had to be changed. The new political structure would spontaneously form her desired throne, and at the same time, it would instinctively protect the structure. From today onwards, merit, which is the contribution to Khalasar, will determine a person's position and status. Do you agree? Danny asked her Nyo Lu leader loudly. Agree. They did not hesitate and replied in unison. Of course they agreed, because in Danny's new political system, they might not be the strongest, but they would definitely be the ones with the most merit, the merit of bringing the dragon to power. As time passed, even if Khalasar grew larger and even unified the Dothraki Sea, they would still be able to protect their rights. This was to protect their own interests, and whoever did not agree was an idiot. I feel that Her Highness the Princess has made the centaurs have some. I don't know how to describe it. Cora saw the agitated Danny and her centaur leader on the deck, and he had a feeling that something big had happened, but he was not sure what had happened. From today onwards, Her Highness the Princess, the Dothraki of Khalasar, will only recognize her, and after she dies, they will be her children. As long as the dragon grows up, the Dothraki will change their surname to Targaryen. Whitebeard's eyes widened, and he was so shocked that his body could not stop trembling. She is indeed a Targaryen, a born king, perhaps the greatest king of the Targaryen family. Surpassing Aegon the Conqueror? Cora said in disbelief. Perhaps. Aegon is not as broad-minded as her. The old man murmured. He actually wanted to say ambition, but the old man wasn't sure if Her Royal Highness had done it on purpose or by accident. Danny walked up to a centaur slave and asked in Dothraki, Are you willing to join my Khalasar and follow my rules? The centaur girl in her early 20s looked at her timidly before lowering her gaze and saying in a voice as soft as a mosquito, I'm willing to listen to Khaleesi. Lower your head, Danny said. The centaur girl obediently lowered her head, and Danny personally opened the copper collar at the back of her neck. Pata! The heavy collar smashed heavily on the wooden deck, and the centaur girl seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden from her shoulders and inexplicably felt much lighter. You are free. Now, you are once again an unruly horse citizen. Boo-hoo-hoo. For some reason, hearing Khaleesi's light words made the centaur girl so emotional that she started to cry. Danny ignored her and walked to the next slave, asking, Join my Khalasar, and I will give you freedom and dignity, but you must swear to follow my rules. Are you willing? I am willing, Khaleesi. Thud, thud, thud. The collars were taken off one after another, and the slaves became new members of the Khalasar. My first rule is to reward based on merit. You already know that. Now, I will announce my second rule, to promote marriage. Danny glanced at the centaurs and said loudly, I swear in the name of Khaleesi that your marriage will be protected and blessed by the entire Khalasar and my Megalosaurus. Any act of stealing another person's wife will be considered illegal. Similarly, marriage is free. The man and woman of a union must be of their own volition and cannot be forced. Otherwise, not only will their marriage not be protected and blessed, they will also be punished. The children born after marriage will have the right to inherit the horses, scimitars, bows, and arrows left behind by their parents. Currently, the centaurs did not have a noble title, but in the future, there will definitely be a noble title or something similar to a noble title. At that time, she will list the noble title as an inheritance. Small nobles will inherit the noble title, and only the biggest nobles will inherit the throne. Danny continued to blabber on and on. With her knowledge, she had practically created the most advanced marriage system in this era. But after she finished speaking, her heart started to beat like a drum. She was not worried that the centaurs would not follow her rules, but she doubted that the centaurs would remember all of her rules. On the other hand, the centaurs had a language, but they did not have words. She could not even write a notice that everyone could understand. But Danny still found a scroll of parchment and wrote down the two laws, reward based on merit and marriage protection, in black and white. She used the High Valeglia language. High Valeglia language and Valeglia language were not fundamentally different. The former was the language used by the ancient Valeglia, while the latter added local dialects and accents, and the writing also incorporated the language of the civilization. Just like French, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, etc. all belonged to the Latin family, but they were different from Latin. Of course, the Valeglia language was not as different from the other countries, and was more similar to the dialects of the Celestial Empire. Although Dany Rise did not receive a proper education, Viserys did. It would be strange if Targaryen did not know the High Valeglia language, but Dany had wandered around many cities in the Western continent and knew many dialects of the Valeglia language. After she finished writing, Dany signed her name on the back of the paper. In the dragon spirit state, she encouraged Big Black to sign his name as well. She drew a simple but vivid self-portrait. The people around were amazed, and indeed, it added to the sacredness of the Centaur Code. Finally, Dany asked all the centaurs to sign their names. She wrote their names first, and the centaurs followed suit and then pressed their fingerprints. Well, the names were transliterated and almost lost the meaning in the Dothraki language. For example, Go. Many centaurs had Go in their names, such as Drogo, Rego, Ago, Jogo, Hago. Go meant strong and brave in the Dothraki language, and the hidden meaning was all lost after the transliteration. Although centaurs were barbaric, they valued oaths very much. Signing now was almost equivalent to swearing. At this time, only the captain of the 10-man team signed. In the future, they may grow up to be Gushun or even Bannermen. In this way, Dany's law would be implemented in this generation, and when the next generation of newcomers grew up, the second generation would face the oppression of the ancestral laws from their fathers. When the second generation who grew up under the ancestral laws grew old, they would unconsciously oppress the third generation to follow the rules they had been used to all their lives. If this continued, as long as Dany's Centaur Empire did not collapse in a short time, at least 3 generations, her rules would become known to all in the Centaurs' mouths. Dany was not sure she could build a 1,000-year empire like House Targaryen, but she knew that the Dothraki civilization would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. This Khalasar reformation was not done on a whim. Next, Dany decided to do something that would shake the world. The Centaur Reformation was just practice in advance. Rolling up the Centaur Code and holding it in her hand, Dany continued, "Rewards for service will be implemented immediately from this moment onwards, but marriage cannot be established overnight. We will take it slowly in 3 steps. First, we will create a few model couples so that everyone can see the benefits of marriage and how it works. Second, we will open up marriage to everyone. All Khalasar centaurs will be free to choose marriage or whatever. Third, all new centaurs must have clear parents, and children born without marriage will be considered illegitimate." While the centaurs were digesting this information, Dany smiled and said to Korra and the others, "I have thought of a surname for the centaurs' illegitimate children. According to the tradition of the 7 kingdoms, how about Godzilla?" The most abundant and worthless thing in the Dothraki Sea was grass. Technically, Gra was more accurate than Godzilla, but illegitimate children's surnames had certain variations. For example, Blackfire. The correct term was Blackfire, but in reality, it was Blackfire. Wei Shui's water had also become Waters. Dany's name did not violate the tradition of the 7 kingdoms. Normal centaurs don't have surnames, right? Whitebeard disagreed. Even Khal Drogo doesn't have a surname, but illegitimate children have Godzilla's surname. Isn't this encouraging everyone to have illegitimate children? Dany smiled mysteriously at the old man. You will find that they will gradually have surnames. How? Surnames are passed down from the ancestors and have special meaning. You can't just give them one randomly, can you? Whitebeard shook his head. Ha ha ha. You foreigners are still too inexperienced. How did the surnames of the great celestial empire come about? Surnames were first produced among the nobles. The commoners did not have surnames at all, so where did the noble surnames come from? Most of them evolved from the names of fiefs. In the future, Danny would use surnames as a reward for meritorious subjects. As for the commoners who did not contribute, they could wait for the nobles to make their daughters and wives pregnant. Well, it didn't matter if it was really their child. At least the nobles would think that they had made the child. Or they could learn from the Japanese. The child born during farming was called Tanaka, the child born by the bridge was called Watanabe, and the child born by the stream was called Kawaguchi. Whitebeard thought for a moment and said to Danny hesitantly, "You shouldn't let the blood guards get married and have children." "You mean to learn from the Kingsguard system?" "Yes. Only in this way can you ensure that their hearts are all with you," the old man said. Danny did not think that Whitebeard's words were twisted logic. Hundreds of years of history had proven the correctness of the Kingsguard system. In the 300 years of Targaryen history, there had been hundreds of Kingsguard. Except for Jaime Lannister, they had at most flaws in their moral character, but their loyalty to the monarch had never changed. There were a total of 3 famous scum Kingsguard. One slept with the king's lover, not the queen. One secretly gave birth to a bunch of illegitimate children. The Kingsguard abstained from sex and were not allowed to hold hands. And the last one was Jaime, who killed the king. Compared to those who died protecting the king, the ratio of scum was too low. It could be said that the Kingsguard was to the Westeros Knight civilization what the Megalosaurus was to the magic civilization of Alleglia. Chapter 89. For example, the disguised Whitebeard, Barristan, seems to be loyal to 4 monarchs and 3 royal families. Now, he seems to be planning to work under the 5th monarch, Danny. Is he more exaggerated than the slave of 3 surnames, Lubu? Actually, not to mention Barristan's achievement in quelling the rebellion of the 9 Copper Coin King, he also saved the life of the mad King Aerys in the chaos of Twilight Valley Town. During the War of the Usurpers, he participated in the Battle of the Trident River with Prince Rhaegar. Rhaegar died at the Ruby Beach, and Barristan himself did not survive unscathed. By the time he recovered from his injuries, the Targaryen dynasty had already been destroyed. As for why he did not kill Robert Baratheon to avenge his former monarch, do you still remember the first generation of men who broke off their engagement, the Dragonflare Prince Duncan? Because Dany's uncle Duncan betrayed his marriage with the Baratheon family. The king at that time could only let Princess lay Mary into Storm City to appease Duke Theon Byra's humiliation and anger. Robert was Lay's eldest grandson. Normally, this side bloodline was useless. However, at critical moments, it could provide an excuse for the subjects to submit to the new king to comfort themselves. "Calixi, can you give me a few more wives?" A Fanny came over and asked Danny shyly. In the process of the first step of the marriage system, the few couples that served as examples were all older centaurs. Danny knew her own tribe's habit of messing around. If they chose young couples, there might be a few young and beautiful centaurs, or even more than a dozen lovers. If there was a large-scale extramarital affair, what was the point of her model couple? Therefore, she purposely chose a group of old people to make up for it. The centaurs were old and weak. They definitely did not have many lovers. Centaurs did not have the concept of chastity and marriage. Centaurs generally would not reject a male centaur. A few more bed partners would be beneficial to her, and with young and beautiful centaurs to choose from, who would still hold hands with an old centaur. The old centaur male was too old. He had the heart, but not the strength. This way, the 2 old centaurs could live a down-to-earth life after marriage. "You forgot so quickly." Danny glared at the old centaur and raised the Centaur Codex to reprimand. "Your signature is on it. You swore to abide by the Centaur Codex. What do the codes say?" "A Colossi is not allowed to have more than 1 wife unless there is a large-scale war and the ratio of men to women is higher than 1. 2. In fact, as long as the ratio of men to women was less than 1, marrying more than 1 wife would be beneficial to the development of the tribe. However, a buffering process needed to be considered. Perhaps the current ratio of unmarried men to women was 1. 01. But after a group remarriage, it would immediately become 1 o'clock. 9, or even higher. This would instead disrupt the harmony of the Khalasar. Ha ha ha. I know. Afin rubbed his hands and nodded like he was pounding garlic. Calixi, there aren't many old people in the new batch of slaves. Although I don't know how the ratio is calculated, it's obvious that there are more women than men. Hearing this, Danny's expression froze. This old man was right. Among the newly joined centaurs, there were almost no old male centaurs. Instead, there were more female centaurs with weathered faces. Could it be that compared to male centaurs, female centaurs had stronger survivability? Can you do it? Yura looked disdainfully at the old man, with a pigtail braid at the back of his head. I see that you are already so old and don't have many years left to live. Don't waste your remaining lifespan. You dash, the old centaur's face turned red. If he was younger, he might have charged over with his knife. What do you want so many wives for? Danny asked. To help me rear the horses. Aren't your cattle all wranglers? Sigh, even if I'm a commander, I still have to work. If I have a few more wives, I can get them to rear the horses for me. Danny asked with a wooden face. Then what do? I command them to feed the horses. I am old and don't have many years left to live. I have to pay attention to my health. The old man said with conviction. Just like how I command you to rear the horses, sitting in a comfortable office and commanding them verbally, Danny's mouth twitched. Sir Yura was dumbfounded. This old man is dreaming. You want to be a noble. I can allow you to take 2 wives, but they have to be willing. And because of your extravagance, you can't choose a wife from the newly joined centaurs. As long as a white-haired woman is willing to marry you, you can take 2 wives. Danny said. In the end, after a Fanny asked around, no one was willing to be his wife. When he asked for the reason, a centaur woman in her 50s said, I also have work assigned to me by the tribe. If I marry you, not only will you not help me with work, but you will also want me to rear the horses for you. There is no lack of food or drink in the Kalasa, so why should I suffer with you? These words made a Fanny's old face turn red, and he almost ran away. Danny on the side laughed heartlessly, as if she wasn't worried that her model couple plan would be ruined. The centaur woman was speaking the truth. Centaurs were barbaric, this was true, and the Colossus system was backward, but primitive society was close to public ownership. Centaurs worked for the tribe, and Danny guaranteed that no one would have to worry about food and clothing. Old centaurs didn't need to raise children for old age, nor did they need the support of their wives. At least for now. This way, every married centaur woman can get an extra cup of horse milk every morning. After Danny laughed, she casually proposed a solution. Their husbands can't snatch the horse milk and can't interfere with their work. Before she finished speaking, many old centaur women's eyes lit up. But Danny wasn't done speaking. For marriages that are concluded with me and the Megalosaurus as witnesses, the husband must hand over his belongings to the wife for safekeeping, and the wife has the responsibility to protect her husband's chastity and belongings. If a child is born, the Colossa will be responsible for raising it and will reward the mother with half a caddy of horse meat every day. Aphanti, I am willing to marry you. The centaur woman who was disdainful of the old man earlier shouted excitedly. Aphanti, marry me. Although I know you are poor, I don't mind. Another old centaur woman jumped up and said, Aphanti, I want to marry you. I can even be your second wife. Aphanti, in an instant, Aphanti, this old bachelor, was crowned with the halo of the nation's husband. No, I don't want. Aphanti looked at the centaur women who were cheering to marry him, as if they were a group of female demons bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. Yep, a demon like the Black Mountain Old Demon, not Shao Qian. Calixi, I don't want to marry anymore. I don't want a wife anymore. I don't want a single one. He pleaded to Danny with a sobbing tone. No, you said it yourself. You want 2 wives, not 1 less. Danny held back her laughter, trying hard to keep a straight face, and reprimanded him sternly. In the end, Aphanti reluctantly chose 2 old centaur women with white hair. Other than himself, The herdsman and the craftsman Lose 12 old centaurs also successfully left their single lives. But they only chose one wife. After that, Danny called Big Black out and placed it on the table. She herself sat at the side, and the dozen or so joyful centaurs led the grim-faced centaurs forward in pairs to kowtow and pay their respects. First they kowtowed to Calixi, then they kowtowed to the Mother of God in the northeast direction, and finally they kowtowed to Big Black. Big Black also didn't accept their kowtows in vain. His claws schwa 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 drew a sketch of the two people on a piece of parchment paper. He also used the Chinese characters that Danny taught him to write the 3 words marriage certificate. Like a printer, Big Black's speed was very fast. In just half an hour, he finished 13 marriage certificates. In order to celebrate this epic-making collective marriage, Danny also sent people to the city to buy more than 10 cows and sheep and more than 10 barrels of wine. From 5 in the afternoon to 9 in the evening, even the sailors on the 4 ships were completely relaxed for once. Yep, even Yulun, who was locked in the cage, was also given a roasted lamb leg and a big pot of wine. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The sea in the north was clear and crystalline, reflecting the faint cold moonlight. In the south, the top of the tall pyramid was brightly lit. The centaurs and sailors on the deck were celebrating. The great slave owners of Apasta were also drunk in the palace in the sky, just like the countless nights for thousands of years. The pyramids in Egypt were prepared for after death, but the pyramids in Apasta were the residences of the richest slave owners. Their pyramids didn't have a spire, and the empty platform above was made into a gorgeous sky garden. Every day at dusk, the benevolent masters ordered people to light silk lanterns on every step of the stairs. All the pyramids were shining with colorful light, but the streets, squares, and fighting arenas at the bottom were pitch black. One could imagine that in the darkest barracks, some little boys were feeding leftovers to puppies. Those were the pets they got on the day they were castrated. Even on the merchant ship, Danny and the others could see the yachts with colorful lanterns slowly cruising to the Worm River. They could hear soft music and the laughter of men and women in the distance. These gift slave owners would park their yachts on the edge of the small island in the water. Young men and women with black and red hair would walk into shallow water, enjoying endless food and wine and some adult fun. They were unscrupulous and ignored the other people watching them. On the top deck, Danny looked at the dim lights in the distance and sighed. The life of the slave owners of Apasta is more extravagant than the trading princes of the free city-states. The towering pyramids of the benevolent masters are made of the bones of countless slaves. The red wine in their wine glasses is like the blood of the slaves. Whitebeard frowned. Bricks and blood made Estapo, bricks and blood made her people. This is an ancient poem that a scholar taught me when I was a child. Before that, I never knew that its description was so true. Your Highness, maybe you don't want to listen, but I still want to dissuade you from buying those slave warriors. Everyone who participates in the slave trade is guilty. This is also what the scholar told me. Buyers will promote the development of the market. Buying slaves has a positive effect on the slave trade. Haha, that's rare. Ordinary people are not qualified to be taught by the scholar. Cora said with a smile. Danny smiled and said lightly, Aston, I've already made my decision. Sigh. Whitebeard tapped his walking stick lightly. Obviously, his heart was not calm. Apasta's defense is lax. Why didn't Khalasar take it down? She seemed to ask casually. Your Highness, there are 2 reasons. Cora walked to the railing and looked at the merry centaurs on the bottom deck. He said seriously, they're unsullied in Apasta. The story of 3,000 unsullied protecting Kihor is true. This is the first reason. Second, Slaver's Bay is close to the Dothraki Sea. It is very convenient for Khal to come here to sell slaves. Both sides have formed a stable trade relationship. Why do centaurs want to ransack the city? It is nothing more than money and slaves. If they turn the people of the slave city-states into slaves, who will the centaurs sell the slaves to? Also, just like with the governors of Pentos, Novos, and Mir do, the sons of the Harpies will only invite the horse kings passing by and give them a lot of gifts. And Call will quickly continue on his journey after receiving the gifts, because he has already gotten what he wants. It is far less than the cost of attacking the city. Chapter 90. That's all. Danny raised her eyebrows. The Gith have been selling slaves for thousands of years, and they have never met a decent enemy. These two reasons are enough to stop the centaurs from attacking. And Apasta is located at Slave Bay. Serene and Yuankai may have trade competition with Apasta, but they are definitely not enemies. The hinterland of the east is almost all Gith of the same race, and the Leza in the east of the mountains are a different race. But they are shepherds and are no threat. If this time Danny pondered for a long time, and then slowly asked, if slavery disappears, other than the Gith, who will suffer great losses? Your Highness, what are you planning to do? Whitebeard was shocked. Me? What can I do? Danny shrugged and smiled. Anyone who participates in the slave trade is guilty. You said that yourself. I just want to know who else in this world is guilty of the most heinous crimes. Whitebeard stared at her for a long time, but he could not tell if she was joking or not. The slave trade is the most important part of the Great Voyage trade, and the cities of Keles, Volantis, and Lys are almost entirely supported by slaves. It's not that no one has tried to end slavery, but at this point, the old man sighed helplessly and said, Your Highness, the Undulls originated from the continent of Ursos. You know that, right? I heard that they built a kingdom in the northwest of the continent, in Andasno. The old man nodded and asked, What about now? There seems to be no trace of them, Danny said. The Undulls and the Church of the Seven Gods originated from the continent of Ursos, but they are almost extinct on this continent, and in the Westeros, Undulls is the strongest culture. I don't know what happened back then, but the Church of the Seven Gods is a fact in this continent, and the Church of the Seven Gods is firmly against slavery. At this point, he asked again, Do you know how Braavos was built? Danny said, When I was in Keles, I heard from an old zebra man. Oh, a Jujesni man, he told me. A group of Valeglia slaves escaped the pursuit of the Dragon King under the guidance of the Songster of the Moon and built a water city at the northwest peak of the continent. Yes, Braavos was built by a group of slaves. As the leader of the 9 free trade city-states, Braavos was extremely powerful. 100 years ago, the Sea King of Braavos had fought with Pintos for more than 10 years in order to abolish slavery. Pintos lost and promised to abolish slavery. Does your Highness know that there are slaves in Pintos now? His white beard looked at Danny and asked, Yes, I've seen many servants wearing slave collars in Magister Illyrio's mansion. So you understand? The old man smiled bitterly and sighed. Unless the 7 gods descend to the mortal world and stay there permanently, slavery will never be abolished. Whoever dare to have such thoughts would be the enemy of the entire world. Even the people of Braavos didn't really sympathize with the slaves. Instead, they fought for the right to rule the upper reaches of the Lone River under the slogan of abolishing slavery. I see. Danny suddenly raised her head and asked, Aston, how are your sword skills? What? The topic changed so quickly that Whitebeard couldn't react in time. I heard that the 2 sisters of Aegon the Conqueror were powerful knights. Visania also wielded the Dark Sisters and saved Aegon's life from the hands of assassins. The Dark Sisters was also a Valeglia steel sword, an exquisite lady's sword. Its last owner was Blood Crow, Blind in Riverwind, one of the noble bastards, half-brother of Demon Blackfire. The mediocre king Aegon IV cheated his descendants. The 2 swords of the Targaryen family were given to the bastards and were now lost. Yes. The topic changed again, and the old man was even more confused. How do you think my talent is compared to Visania's? Oh, you want to learn martial arts? The old man understood now and said happily, I can guide you, and I can definitely train you into a powerful female knight. As if afraid that Danny was not confident, he said excitedly, Prince Rhaegar was obsessed with reading since he was a child. Many people were worried that he would become the second Saint Bailey. Later, when he read something in a book, he suddenly decided to become a warrior. At that time, he was not much younger than you, but when he trained hard, he quickly became a knight in the arena. What had he read in the book? Danny asked curiously. This. Whitebeard shook his head and said, I'm not sure. I only guessed that it might be a prophecy, the one of Azur and Ahai. Perhaps His Highness realized his mission for, I don't know, practicing martial arts to kill deviant ghosts? Brother, you're thinking too much. You're not the warrior in the prophecy at all. Hearing that she still had a chance to become an expert, Danny was both happy and suddenly hesitant. If she could only make do as a third-rate swordsman, it was fine to follow Whitebeard as a knight. She could just treat it as training her body. But if there was a chance to become a first-rate expert, then she couldn't just make do. She said, I think a woman is more suitable to be a water dancer. If the Westeros were a knight civilization, then the 9 free trade city-states were a sea trade and assassin civilization. The martial artists of the trading city-states all walked the path of the assassin, light and agile, proficient in stealth and hiding. The water dancer was such a swordsman. Their swordsmanship was swift and deadly, emphasizing fast and elegant movement, stealth, and balance. Legend had it that the most powerful water dancer could fight on the surface of the water without causing a ripple. In addition, the strongest and most ruthless woman in Game of Power, Arya Stark, was a water dancer. There was no difference between a third-rate water dancer and a third-rate knight, but if they could reach the first-rate, weaker women were undoubtedly more suitable for water dancers. After Danny explained her reasons, Whitebeard nodded and said, Your Highness, you're very thoughtful. If you become a water dancer, your future achievements will be even higher. But the question is, why do you learn martial arts? Well, to lead troops into battle and prevent being assassinated, she said. Then you should still become a knight. The water dancer is an attack-type assassin. On a chaotic battlefield, the water dancer's survivability is even worse than that of a normal knight, because he doesn't have armor. As he spoke, he pointed at Yura and used him as an example. The chief court swordsman in Bravos, who is responsible for protecting the Sea King, is the strongest water dancer. If both sides remove armor, he can fight 10 knights like Sir and come out unscathed. Bullshit. Yura was furious. Whitebeard waved his hand to calm him down and continued, But wearing this Valeglia steel armor, Sir Yura can easily kill 10 chief swordsmen. If on the battlefield, 100 knight Yura wearing normal armor and 100 chief swordsmen going up against each other, the knight can easily wipe out the swordsman. Danny understood what the old man meant and said thoughtfully, You also said that the chief swordsman is responsible for protecting the Sea King. In the future, even if I go to the battlefield, I will ride a dragon, but the daily defense against assassins is more important. I think the daily defense against assassins belongs to the King's Guard otherwise. Whitebeard looked at Yura and said lightly, Otherwise, this Valeglia steel armor will be wasted. Yura puffed out his chest and looked at the old man proudly, understanding that he was still brooding about losing the armor. That's right, if Whitebeard took the initiative to expose his identity, the armor would definitely belong to him. Princess, what the Sea King needs more is the inside of the water dancer. The water dancer is good at observation and can detect assassins in advance. You can learn the way of the knight first, and in the future, when you meet a brilliant water dancer, you can learn the techniques of the water dancer from him. It's not contradictory, Yura said. All right, I'll learn swordsmanship with Whitebeard tomorrow. The next day, before the sun rose, around 4 or 5 in the morning, Danny put on leather armor, leather pants, and riding boots and went to the deck to practice swordsmanship with Whitebeard. Without a specialized stance and strength training, Whitebeard first helped her adjust her center of gravity, then taught her the standard posture of holding and swinging the sword. He said that when she could control her center of gravity in the process of swinging the sword, he would continue to teach her the steps. When Danny asked if there was any strength training, the old man told her that she was already doing strength training in the process of swinging the sword. At first, she didn't quite understand, but when the sun rose, she had already swung the heavy two-handed sword 300 times in a row, and the sweat flowing from her legs into her boots made her understand that the old man wasn't lying. This really was strength training. The knight's greatsword was so heavy. When she finished her morning exercise, around 8 or 9, she went back to her room to take a shower and change her clothes. When she was eating breakfast, 2 people from Apasta came looking for her. They were clerks sent by Krasny to ask if they could estimate Danny's wealth. This way, they could know her purchasing power. Yesterday, Danny had asked the slave master to reserve the Unsullied for her. Danny glanced at Grohl and smiled. If I sell Governor Illyrio's goods, will he be angry? This. Blackbeard glanced at the Serenity not far away and said hesitantly, Don't you have Yuluan's ship of gold, silver, and jewels? Maybe it's not enough. She smiled. How many Unsullied do you want to buy? Blackbeard was shocked. How many? I didn't hear clearly. That bitch. Oh, our good queen. How many slaves do you want to sell? Krasny stood up in shock and asked the little interpreter, who was also in a daze. Today, Danny and the others once again passed through the red brick street and came to Pride Square. Krasny's pyramid was built here, and Pride Square was his yard. This time, his servant took Danny and the others to the garden at the top of the pyramid, about 150 square meters, covered in grass, and surrounded by persimmon trees and apple trees. The big golden-red persimmons and red apples hung together on the branches, looking very beautiful. There was also a pool in the north of the garden, where one could soak in and watch the beautiful scenery of the harbor. It was still the twin milk girls who fanned the slaves. He sat on a tall wooden chair with his back against the pool, like a throne. Danny sat on a 2-meter-long soft couch opposite him, while Cora, Whitebeard, Jorge, and Jichi stood behind her. Well, there's also a maid holding a huge beige umbrella above her head. Master, Her Highness the Queen wants to buy all the Unsullied in Apasta, all of them, the little interpreter said after receiving Danny's confirmation. Chapter 91. Ask that arrogant bitch. Krasny recovered slowly and sneered. My accountant checked her fleet. Selling all the goods would be enough to exchange for 1,000 Unsullied. Including the gold, silver, and antiques, she could only buy another 3,000 slaves. Our Apasta has at least 8,000 trained Unsullied. How could she buy all of them? Your Majesty, there are more than 8,000 Unsullied in Apasta. Your money can only buy half of them, the translator said. Danny raised her eyebrows. When the clerk came to appraise the goods in the morning, he told her that the goods of the Galois caravan were worth 150,000 gold royals. Yuluan's dozens of boxes of treasures were worth more than 500,000 gold royals. She thought it was enough to sweep the entire Apasta, but she didn't expect there to be such a huge gap. On average, 165 gold royals for an Unsullied? Are you kidding me? In Westeros, hiring a knight is only a few dozen silver coins. Even for a baptized regular knight or a baron, the ransom is only 100 gold royals. Cora's face was full of anger as he shouted loudly. After the beauty Brittany was captured by the warriors, Count Taz offered 300 gold royals for his only daughter. Brittany was the only heir of the Count. Even Jaime and Lannister thought that Count Taz was sincere and offered a sky-high ransom. Jaime was the son of the richest man in the Seven Kingdoms. The high price in his heart must be high. As an important suspect in the murder of King Joffrey, Sansa Stark's bounty was only 100 gold royals. Not to mention that she killed the king. She was the first successor of Winterfell in the Northern Territory, a quasi-duke. Only 100 gold royals. In the first small climax of Game of Thrones, Bran fell from the tower. Joffrey hired an assassin to kill him and paid a hefty price, 90 silver deer. 1 gold royal for 210 silver deer. The son of a duke was only worth half a gold royal. It's too expensive. Danny shook her head. Master, they think it's too expensive. They even said that a knight's ransom is only 100 gold royals. The little translator said to the slave master. Bam, bam, bam. The fat slave master slapped the armrest of his chair and shouted, Damn it! Ask them if 3,000 barbarian knights can withstand the charge of 20,000 roaring warriors. Hearing the translation, Cora said without hesitation, Of course. Ha ha ha. Krasny pointed at the knight with a finger as thick as a carrot and mocked. You should go to Kohor. The blacksmiths, they're the best in the world. Their heavy cavalry is so luxurious. Sigh, compared to them, you Westeros tin cans are just a bunch of beggars. Dany couldn't refute this. It was because she knew how tough the Khal heavy cavalry was that she couldn't understand why the centaurs, who could defeat heavy cavalry, would fall at the foot of light infantry. Could it be that the Kohor cavalry were just superficial? The Kohor cavalry has excellent armor, but they don't have the superb martial arts and spirit of the Westeros. Dany was not as clumsy as Cora and Whitebeard. She was so angry that her face turned red, but she didn't know how to refute. After the baptism of the information age, she could casually come up with a lot of reasons. Even if it was fallacious, she could still say it passionately. The most important quality of a knight is the spirit of chivalry. Humility, honor, sacrifice, bravery, compassion, honesty, justice, and piety. The strongest point of the Unsullied is that they are not afraid of sacrifice, but this is only the basic requirement to become a knight in Westeros. If the story of 3,000 Unsullied protecting Kohor happened in Westeros, the knight team would have been disbanded in shame. Unlike the Kohor cavalry, they are still living shamelessly. Your Highness, you are so right. Whitebeard's eyes were watery. He had never felt so excited before. He felt that the princess had expressed the true way of the knight in words. Although before today, he had never heard of such a luxurious and elegant way of the knight. Maybe he didn't understand enough? Sigh, I, the fearless Barristan, am not as good as the first legendary knight, the Buddhist sword. Yes, Sir Arthur Dayne must understand. Whitebeard thought excitedly. Since those barbaric tin cans are so powerful, why did you still come to buy the Unsullied? The slave owner stood up and roared at the poor little translator. Ask this Westeros bitch. I want to see how she answers. How could this be difficult for Dany? Sigh. It is because I know how powerful the Westeros knights are that I plan to go bankrupt and buy all the Unsullied. Dany's expression was vivid as she lamented again and again. Virtuous lord, think about it. If one barbecued sausage can fill one's stomach, who would buy a second one? Isn't that a waste? With this money, I might as well buy a cup of milk. I am worried that 8,000 Unsullied are not enough for the usurpers to kill. As she spoke, she looked at the fat slave owner seriously and asked, Virtuous lord, tell me the truth. Is there really only 8,000? To be on the safe side, I think the more Unsullied the better. As Dany spoke, the little black girl translated. As Krasny listened, he held his head and crazily pulled his thick black and red hair. He was going crazy. Huff, huff, huff. After taking a few deep breaths, he pointed at Jorah Mormont and roared. Ask that bitch. Since a knight is 100 gold royals, I will buy him for 300 gold radiance coins. Like queers, Aposta used radiance coins, and 3 gold radiance coins were equivalent to 1 gold royal. Shing! Jorah heard this and suddenly pulled out the long sword at his waist, pointing at the slave owner and cursing, You fat pig, go buy your old ex. Seeing Jorah like this, Krasny laughed instead. He waved the guards away and said casually, See, he is very angry. What does that mean? It means that he feels insulted, because he feels that he is worth far more than 100 gold royals. My Unsullied, have been trained since I was 5 years old, and in terms of martial arts training and healthcare, I am far better than a regular knight. Does knight training have such a high mortality rate as the Unsullied? The only thing that is valuable about a knight is the meaning of his identity. Noble? Ask this Westeros bitch. Does she want a warrior or a noble? Tell her Aposta's warrior, Cayuan's prostitute, Meereen's high-class slave, high-tech slave. Noble status is also a special characteristic. If you want to buy a noble, go to Meereen. You might be able to buy a few kings there, huh? The slave owner was not lying. The slaves themselves were not valuable. For example, Dany could buy 4 centaur slaves for 1 silver coin. But in the process of training a successful Unsullied, the slave owner paid too high a price. an unsullied who received a spiked helmet, 5 slave warriors who died of exhaustion during training, and 10 children who did not pass the test were buried under their feet. The expenses of those who failed were naturally included in the cost of the unsullied. So, the price of 160 gold royals was a little expensive, but it was not exorbitant. After pondering for a moment, Danny said, "I bought a lot. Can it be cheaper?" The slave owner said a few words to the little interpreter, and the little black girl said, "Your Majesty, use all your jewelry and goods to exchange for 4,000 unsullied, and then the good Lord will give you an extra 100 unsullied." Even a 10% discount was not enough, too stingy. "May I ask if you have any other treasures that you have not shown?" The little interpreter asked again. "On the sea route from Queers to Apasta, I encountered a pirate ship," Danny said in a low voice. "Good Lord, have you heard of the red demon that recently caused a stir in the summer sea?" Hearing the little interpreter's words, the slave owner held onto the armrest of his chair, stood up in shock, and asked, "Did this bitch rob that pirate ship? No wonder she's so rich." The red-shelled ship docked at the dock is the Red Demon, the sea monster family of the Westeros time in Bay. Eulan Greyjoy, he is now locked up in the warehouse by me," Danny said. The slave owner's fat and sweaty right hand lightly patted the mahogany armrest, and said in deliberation, "I didn't expect that this group of people would even capture the Red Demon, Queers, and the Jade Sea City Alliance all issued a warrant for the one-eyed demon, adding up to 100,000 gold radiance coins. Tell that woman, the Red Demon ship and the Pirate King can be exchanged from me for 1,000 unsullied." After hearing the little interpreter's words, Whitebeard hurriedly advised, "Your Highness, Eulan is a baron. If you sell him as a slave, not only will the Greyjoy family feel great humiliation, all the nobles of the 7 kingdoms will feel the same." "Not a slave," the little interpreter explained. "The Red Demon is notorious in the Jade Sea. Many cities have a warrant for his arrest." Good Lord also said, not to mention a baron, even a king would not be able to exchange for 10 unsullied. If it were any other place, it would be fine to hand Eulan over to the city guards, but this is Slave Bay, Apasta, and the target is a notorious slave owner. Whitebeard was very anxious, afraid that Danny would sell Eulan. 1,000 unsullied. Eulan is too valuable. In fact, Eulan was only worth 500 unsullied, but the Serenity was in the limelight in the Jade Sea and the Summer Sea, so its value rose to 500 unsullied. Many cities wanted to study that ship, wanted to know why it was so fast. Danny waved her hand, telling the old man not to get excited. She meaningfully glanced at the slave owner and said with a smile, "I promised that if Eulan told me the correct way to enter the ruins of Valeglia, I would return him and his group of pirates their freedom. The Queen's reputation is worth 3 dragons. 10,000 unsullied can't exchange for it. Your Highness is wise." Whitebeard breathed a sigh of relief and praised with a smile. The ruins of ancient Valeglia? After hearing the little interpreter's words, the slave owner's face suddenly changed, his thick 3 chins trembling as he said, "Quickly, Nos the stupid sheep, quickly ask that bitch, did the Red Demon really go to the ruins of Valeglia in the Smoke Sea?" Dang, dang, dang. Danny knocked a few times on the black armor of Valeglia beside her. "Look at this low-key yet luxurious armor, and then look at the faint magic runes of Valeglia. Good Lord, do you think that other than the Dragon King, who else has such a noble steel armor of Valeglia?" Harpies above, the fat slave owner stared at Cora's armor until his eyes almost popped out 3 inches. He groaned and said, "Yesterday I thought that this barbarian knight and those ahem, I thought that he made a fake Dragon King armor to pretend to be cultured. 6,000 years ago, the army of the sons of the Harpies of the Guji's empire was invincible on the continent, and the training method of the Unsullied was based on the Guji's army. Now, the Gujis who had fallen into slavery no longer had the bravery of their ancestors. In fact, after being tortured by Valeglia for 5,000 years, there were no pure Gujis at all in Slave Bay. They were all mixed blood. However, the slave owners of a post were still proud of their identity as the sons of the Harpies. They lived in pyramids, wore toka robes, and had their black and red hair standing up high. Then the young man imitated the soldiers of the old empire, put on the Valeglia Dragon King armor, and commanded the eunuchs and slaves to fight each other in the arena, pretending that he was a general of the ancient empire, a Valeglia Dragon King. Chapter 92. Valeglia's steel was very mysterious. Most people would not even see it once in their entire lives. But as long as one heard of its legend, even an ignorant person could easily tell if a real Valeglia's steel weapon was real or fake. It was so hard that it was almost indestructible. One could easily pick up a metal weapon and slash it with a knife. Krasny was not an ordinary person. He did not need to slash it with a knife. When he walked over to take a closer look and felt the weight and texture of Korra's helmet, he immediately determined that it was the real deal. Even though the Targaryen family only had 2 Valeglia's steel swords and no armor, a group of Valeglia nobles from Volantis had survived. They were not the Dragon King, but they had many Valeglia's steel weapons. Among them were 1 or 2 sets of armor. But Krasny was sure that Korra's armor was not just any one of them. More importantly, as a rare and authentic product, Valeglia's steel armor was too rare and unique. Anyone with rich experience will be able to tell the difference. A burning greed flashed in Krasny's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He returned to the large wooden chair beside the pool and said calmly, "Give me this armor, and you can take away everyone in opposed who has no balls. Don't even think about it." Armor, Korra's face was red as he roared angrily at the slave master. Then he looked at Dany pitifully. The reluctance in his eyes was obvious. Dany patted his arm and looked helpless. She said to the slave master, "Other than the armor, Yulin also found a Dragon King's egg in the governor's mansion. A Dragon King lives in the governor's mansion. The dragon egg and the armor are the property of that Dragon King. I found that the egg is still alive, but at this point, she hesitated for a moment and sighed. I already have 3 dragons. I can sell the dragon egg to you." "Tria? Dragon egg?" Krasny stroked his plump chin and muttered, "Tria is one of the most prosperous cities besides Valeglia. It's normal to arrange for a Dragon King to be the governor. That red demon is really lucky. Not only did she pass through the smoke sea, she even found the Dragon King's residence. Oh, it should be that bitch queen's luck that is good. Slave, tell her that a dragon egg can't even be exchanged for 1,000 unsullied. I don't believe that the Dragon King's mansion only has armor and dragon eggs. I want more and more." He growled at the little interpreter. Upon hearing little Blackie's words, Dany shrugged and said, "Before I hatched a dragon, dragon eggs were just decorations. But now that the magic tides have recovered, a living egg represents a dragon. A true dragon is only worth 1,000 eunuch slaves? Or is it because Benevolence Lord is ignorant and doesn't know about the magic tides? I know. Those damned Red Gods priests are spreading the news everywhere. They attribute it to the awakening of Lalo." The fat slave owner had a complicated expression. There was also a religious rebellion in Khal recently. A group of Red Gods believers used their newly acquired witchcraft to increase their power. They actually tried to burn the statue of the Black Goat God, Death. Sigh, those lunatics only know how to burn and burn. I heard that a red-robed priestess went to the Westeros and even burned the statues of the 7 gods on Dragonstone Island. Slave, ask that bitch. Isn't she the princess of Dragonstone Island? Ha ha ha. Her statue was burned. The Black Goat God was the main religion in Khal. The Light King Lalo was a minority. Even the statues of the 7 gods were burned. Whitebeard didn't care about Khal at all. But when he heard that the red-robed priestess had abolished the faith of the 7 gods on Dragonstone Island, he frowned. Stannis is crazy. He must have been bewitched by that priestess. Korra sighed. He's finished. He's the first to be eliminated in the 4 Kings contest. Even Aegon, who has 3 dragons, has to convert to the Church of the 7 gods. Stannis is nothing. The Valeglia people had their own beliefs. Valyrian, Vargal, and Miracis were the names of the gods. The Targaryens had also worshipped them for generations. In order to integrate into the Andrian civilization, Aegon had spent a lot of money. But Dany remembered what she saw in the Immortal Hall. The Great Wizard of Valeglia revealed that the Valeglia people were no longer satisfied with ruling the world. They wanted to advance to the realm of the gods. They sealed Lalo and created their own gods, Balerion, Vargal, and Miracis. The three gods were demigods. When Valeglia was destroyed in the Great Cataclysm, Balerion and the others must have died with it. It was normal for Aegon to change his faith. It could also be the final blow to the dying demigods, completely cutting off the source of the power of faith. That's not right. Because the three dragons of the Targaryen family, Balerion, Vargal, and Miracis, were sung by millions of Westeros for generations. This, she couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake her head. The information about the gods was all from the Great Wizard. It was incomplete and hard to distinguish between the truth and the lies. The gods were too far away from her, so there was no need to waste too much energy. But Dany's expression was misunderstood by others. She was sad and helpless for what happened to her family. Stannis has gone against the tide. He will definitely suffer retribution. Whitebeard comforted her softly. When you kings landing in the Seven Kingdoms, you can ask the Archbishop to go to Dragonstone Island and personally consecrate the new statues. Maybe Stannis is already dead. Cora also comforted from the side. Dany rolled her eyes in her heart. You guys are thinking too much. Even if Erlu dug up the Targaryen ancestral graves, she wouldn't be moved at all, let alone the statues of the seven gods. Besides, Erlu wouldn't die so early. Other than King Balon, who was secretly shooting from the back. P.S. There were now 4 kings on the surface. Joffrey with a lion's soul and deer skin. Robb Stark, who broke off the engagement. The second son of the House of Lou, Stannis, and the third son of the House of Lou, Renly. It seemed that Erlu was going against the tide and would be the first to be eliminated, but the red-robed priestess was really powerful. With hundreds of years of practice, she could be called the #1 wizard in wandering power. When Joffrey, the second son of the Mad King, Robb, who broke off the engagement, Renly, and even King Balon are all dead, Erlu is still alive and well. These Westeros are chattering endlessly. Do you still want to buy the Unsullied? Even though he was the one who started the conversation, the fat slave owner still scolded the little interpreter and urged, "Tell that bitch queen that I don't care about the demonic wave." A dragon egg is not worth a dragon unless she helps me hatch the dragon. Your Majesty, the benevolent lord doesn't think that he can hatch a dragon with a dragon egg. Or, can you help him hatch the dragon? Blackie said tactfully. Sigh, the price of hatching a dragon is too high. I can't bear it. Dany shook her head bitterly. Master, hatching a dragon requires a great price. The Queen of the Westeros seems to be very sad. She doesn't want to hatch a dragon for you. The fat slave owner was interested. He opened his mouth and laughed. Ask her, how do you hatch a dragon? What price did that bitch pay? I'm not sure. Dany's expression became more and more sorrowful. A witch from Asha told me that a life in exchange for a life. The birth of every dragon represents the death of one of my loved ones. The life of my loved one is exchanged for the soul of the dragon from the kingdom of the dead. So, my dragon is my loved one. It's a child that I can't give up. A life in exchange for a life. Krasny murmured. It's so familiar. It seems to be the doctrine of the Lord of Shadows, Lalo. Dany continued. The witch's words seem to make sense. Everyone thinks that my black dragon is the reincarnation of Balerion. He has been reborn from the kingdom of the dead. Is it really that similar? Krasny was surprised. If you don't believe me, you can ask my subordinates. It was indeed very similar. Cora had said more than once that Black Diamond may be the reincarnation of Balerion. Later, when Whitebeard saw the process of big black hunting whales, he even said, it is Balerion. After the slave owner got the unanimous answer from Cora and the others, he thought and asked, is that which a follower of the Shadow Lalo, the devil in the shadows? Witch Millie seems to be able to control the Shadow Devil. Dany nodded. It's him. Lalo has 2 sides. The light brings the shadow, so the Lord of Light, Lalo, is also known as the god of shadow and fire. The fat slave owner nodded and touched his fat chin thoughtfully. It turns out that the shadow priests can help to hatch a dragon. I didn't. His voice was getting lower and lower, and his eyes were getting brighter as if he had made a decision in his heart. Tell the little queen. The fat man waved his hand to the little interpreter and grinned. If she can prove that the dragon egg is real, I'm willing to persuade other good masters to exchange it for a sky-high price of 3,000 unsullied. I heard that there are more than 8,000 unsullied in Apasta. All the wealth and the dragon egg can only be exchanged for 7,100 unsullied. If I tell the good master that there's a sea route to the ruins of Valeglia, I wonder if I can exchange it for the remaining eunuchs in the city? Danny asked, "Are you sure it's a safe sea route?" The fat slave owner was doubtful. "I'm not sure." Danny shook her head. "Since I know that Yuluan has successfully explored Tria, I naturally want to try my luck. So I used his freedom as a condition to exchange for a sea map from him." "I see." Krazini smiled and said to the little interpreter, "I didn't expect this little bitch to be so smart. But she's still not smart enough. The sea map could be fake. It's better to let the Red Devil personally lead the way." Just as Little Black opened her mouth and was about to translate his words, the fat slave quickly shouted, "Idiot! Shut up, you brainless sheep. No matter how many treasures and secret arts there are in the ruins of Valeglia, I'll still feel that it's too little if there's one more person to divide. Tell that bitch I'll gather all the good masters to discuss this matter tomorrow. If the Red Devil personally proves that the sea route is real, then I'll agree to her trade plan." Chapter 93. When she saw Yuluan again, Danny was shocked to find that the burns on his face had already scabbed over. As a medical student, she knew how difficult it was to treat severe burns. Suppuration, infection, fever, inflammation. If she saw a weak patient with a white bandage around his head that was soaked in reddish-brown pus and blood, she would feel that it was normal. But Yuluan actually walked over casually while dragging the heavy chains. "How did your injuries heal so quickly?" she asked doubtfully. Yuluan's bright blue right. I looked at Danny's fair and smooth face and laughed. "Aren't you faster than me? Let's not talk about these useless things. Now that the ship has reached the shore, when are you going to let me go? I was planning to release you immediately after you have recovered." Waving to the centaur who was escorting Yuluan, Danny ordered, "Release Sir Yuluan's chains. He is no longer a prisoner." The centaur looked at Cora, Whitebeard, Beavis, Ago, and the rest behind her. Feeling that Calixi's safety was not threatened, he stepped forward without saying a word and deftly released the chains around Yuluan's wrists and ankles. "Jichi, bring the new clothes I bought today for Sir Yuluan to change into." Danny ordered the centaur maid. Yuluan tilted his neck, and after stretching his limbs, he looked at Danny in confusion and asked, "What do you want me to do?" She touched her nose and waved for Doria to bring Yuluan a small stool. When Yuluan sat down with a doubtful look, she said, "It's not a big deal. I was planning to buy a batch of Immacula and a pasta, but I don't have enough money. What?" Yuluan flew into a rage. "You actually sold me out? Selling slaves is prohibited in the 7 kingdoms. If you were worth as much as a dragon egg, I would have sold you." Calm down, calm down." Danny pressed her right hand down and comforted him. "Don't worry. You're not worth much." This sentence seemed to poke at Crow's eyes' weak heart. He interrupted her for the second time and said angrily, "More than a dozen countries in the Jade Sea have put a high bounty on me. Are you saying that I'm worthless?" Danny shrugged. "At most, a few tens of thousands of gold royals. It's nothing. Or, to you, a few tens of thousands of gold royals is a huge sum." That's right. It's nothing to you. After all, you've robbed me of a ship's worth of treasures." Yuluan sneered. "To be honest, your ship's worth of treasures is only around 500,000 gold royals. It really isn't much. Robert Belathian's external debt is over 6 million gold royals. As the legitimate queen of children, I should be more ostentatious than him, right?" Danny said calmly. "What extravagance does a king who has lost his kingdom have? I've heard that the people of the free cities all call your brother the Beggar King. As for you," Yuluan clicked his tongue but did not finish his sentence. Barefoot Princess was Danny Rise's nickname in the streets. Due to poverty and the hot weather in Terosai in Mill's generation, Viserys did not have the money to buy shoes for his sister. Little Dany, Rise often walked barefoot in the streets of the free cities. Your Highness, the King's Guard has the responsibility to protect your dignity. Even if you pardon Crow's eyes' crime of regicide, please let me duel with him. Korra held his sword with his right hand and stared coldly at Yulun as he spoke. Give me back my armor, and I'll fight you with only one hand. Yulun rolled his eyes and mocked. Sigh, this was supposed to be something that could be explained in a few simple sentences. Now that you've interrupted, it's getting noisy. Dany rubbed her temples and said directly, I'll sell the dragon egg you found in the ruins of Alleglia and the map of the Sea of Smoke. Tomorrow morning, you'll come with me to the slave master and tell him everything about the exploration of Alleglia. After the deal is done the day after tomorrow, I'll let you go immediately. Your pirate brothers will also leave with you. Is there a problem? She asked. Yes. Yulun nodded and said doubtfully, the dragon egg was not found in Alleglia. I robbed it from the Jade Sea. So you lied to me? Dany looked down and chewed on a big persimmon while mumbling. The Jade Sea dragon egg is not unique. The Alleglia Dragon King's dragon egg is the only one in the world. Without a doubt, the latter is more valuable. You said that you found the armor and the dragon egg at the same time in the governor's castle. Are you going back on your words now? If you lied to me last time, our agreement can no longer be continued. Don't blame me for going back on my words. It was you who broke your promise first. I remembered wrongly. Yulun immediately nodded and admitted, the dragon egg was found in Tria. There might be more than one. I went in a hurry and did not have enough manpower. I did not even excavate the castle. If the benevolent lords were well prepared, they might be able to find the dragon's nest and Alleglia's steel armory. Oh, if that's the case, I've lost a lot. Dany wiped the juice from the corner of her mouth and sighed. Yes, the benevolent lords have made a fortune. Yulun also sighed, as if he felt sorry for his queen. Here, Dany handed over a big persimmon. It's very sweet. Whitebeard and Korra looked at the two people chewing on the persimmon with a blank expression. The third meeting with the benevolent lords was held in the Punishment Square. The Pride Square was the place to view the goods, while the Punishment Square was the slave training ground. It was located behind the main gate of Astapor, which was equivalent to the Meridian Gate Square of the Forbidden City. Rebellious and disobedient slaves would be punished or executed there. The dock area where the fleet was located at the northwest corner of Astapor. To get to the Punishment Square, they had to go around a quarter of the city. Along the way, Dany saw the true appearance of the city of slaves. More than 10 tall and magnificent pyramids took up half of the city's land. The rest of the buildings were so short and dilapidated. The narrow alleyways were overflowing with sewage. When the fleet passed by, it startled a group of buzzing flies. A naked little girl with a back that was peeling from the sun squatted by the overflowing red brick gutter to take a dump. The sound of horse hooves and wheels running over the uneven road startled her. The girl stared blankly at Dany and the others with her big brown eyes. Then she lowered her head and continued. After passing through a small alley with low eaves, they walked along a red brick street that was close to the ancient wall of the city. When they passed by the ancient wall, Dany saw a crumbling wall full of cracks. She was very worried that it would collapse towards her. There was no bronze harpy statue in the Punishment Square. There was a huge wooden platform placed in the center. Just like the gallows in the Western world and the guillotine in the Eastern world, rebellious slaves were tortured, skinned, strangled, and finally displayed on the wooden platform. The first thing a new slave saw after entering the city was this platform. Obviously, the benevolent lord was very proficient in how to train obedient slaves. The ox cart stopped at the front of the square. As soon as Dany got off, she saw a little black girl in a gray linen dress waiting there. The little black girl with a flat and round face trotted over and bowed in a way of prostrating herself on the ground. She said, "Your Majesty the Queen, the benevolent lord has asked me to serve you for the rest of the journey. If the transaction is completed, I will give it to your Majesty as a gift, and help your majesty teach the unsullied the Westeros language. Get up, little girl. Dany walked over and helped her up. She smiled and asked, What's your name? How old are you? My name is Missandei. I'm 10 years old this year, the little black girl said. Dany was stunned. Missandei was a very important and outstanding supporting character in the Game of Thrones. She was almost equivalent to Dany and Rise's Shangwan Wan. However, although Missandei was also a little black girl, she was obviously an adult. At first, she was a little disappointed. She thought that the time was not right, and she missed the little black girl. She did not expect the plot to change so much. Missandei was actually a child. Dany touched Missandei's watermelon-shaped head and smiled. I'm Dany Rhys Targaryen. Do you know? I know. Approaching the wooden platform, at first glance, Dany thought that the slave on the platform was a special race with skin like a striped horse. But when she got closer and took a closer look, she found that it was not skin at all. The slave did not have skin at all. Like peeling an apple, the skin of the disobedient slave was peeled off in strips like the curled apple skin, forming a zebra skin of different colors. The slave was not dead yet. The bright red muscles under the black and white stripes were still wriggling irregularly. It seemed that the green flies and fat maggots moving between the muscles had triggered the nerve endings. What did he do? Dany's face was pale. She pointed at the skinless man and asked. He was whipped for resisting. When the good Lord asked him if he realized his lowly nature, the slave tied to the cross spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm at the good Lord. Dany pointed to another slave. One of his arms was covered with black flies from his fingers to his elbow. The rest of his body was intact, but he was not breathing. What did this man do? He was a new slave, and when his master hit him with the whip, he raised his hand against it. The master smeared thick honey on the hand, and then poured a box of longhorned ants on him. Missandei's little black face was a little pale. The slave howled for 3 days and 3 nights before he died. The new slave did not dare to resist. Beast! Whitebeard's eyes were burning with anger. The cane in his hand kept thumping on the brick ground. Let's go. Take me to see the good lords. The pyramid behind the punishment square was 100 meters high, the tallest and largest building in Astapor. While climbing the stairs, Missandei told Dany that the pyramid belonged to Grazdan Mo Urho. It had 33 floors. The bottom floor had a prison, a slave lounge, a warehouse, a servant's living room, a storeroom, a study, and a reception room for the good lords. This time, a total of 8 good lords wanted to see Dany. They were the most powerful people in Astapor. Among them, Grazdan was the leader. Krasny, who had talked business with Dany before, was far inferior to him. At the same time, Missandei also reminded Dany that 5 of the 8 good lords waiting for her in the top-floor conference room were called Grazdan and 2 were called Krasny. When she called them, it was best to add their surnames. Dany was suddenly confused. In her eyes, the Gith people with black and red hair and amber skin looked almost the same. Just like the black uncle in the eyes of the people of the Celestial Empire, they were completely indistinguishable. Now that even the names were the same, what should she do? Chapter 94. Even though she despised the slave trade of the Gith people, Dany, who came from a modern society, had to admit that the architecture of the Gith people was peerless. Before entering the pyramid, she had always thought that the interior of the stone hall would be dark and damp, with foul air, cramped and dirty. She did not expect that the reception room on the top floor was 200 square meters wide. The ceiling was supported by thick stone pillars and painted with bright paintings. The walls on all sides were slanted with bright glass windows. Breezes entered the hall from the hidden air vents, bringing with them the fragrance of flowers and fruits from the courtyard on the upper floor. It was cool, refreshing, bright, gorgeous, and neat. It was a gorgeous palace. There were 8 huge wooden chairs in a row at the top, on which sat 8 stout, fat, amber-skinned, wide-nosed, black-eyed, and black-red hair. Dany was almost dazzled and thought that Krasny had used Shadow Doppelganger. Fortunately, their toka robes were different. In Astapor, only free people were allowed to wear toka robes. The Gith people in Mirene and Kayuan were also popular with toka robes. In Quills, women wore a variant of toka robes, also called Quills robes. The toka robes of the Gith people and Quills people both expose their breasts. In the original work, Dany Rise often showed a cute little Xiaomi in public. The Quills robes were similar to sleeveless dresses, with a cloth belt on one shoulder cut off. The toka robes of the Gith people were more like ceremonial accessories than clothes. They chose the most gorgeous cloth to drape over one shoulder and fix the hem to the other side of the waist with one hand. They had to be held at all times to prevent the robes from falling off. The tassels on the toka robes represented status. At this time, among the 8 benefactors in the Cool Hall, Grazadin, who was the most senior and also the owner of this place, had a large white pearl tassel. Krasny and the other 4 had golden tassels. The slave owners sitting on both sides of the hall wore toka robes with silver tassels. With Missandei's whisper, Dany finally finished greeting the 8 merchants one by one. Grazadin, the master, had 6 servants behind him, and 2 or 3 servants behind each of the other benefactors. After the ceremony, Grazadin's servant brought 2 purple wooden chairs for Dany, which were half the height of the benevolent master's chairs. There were a lot of people on Dany's side, including Whitebeard, Beavis, Cora, 3 Blood Alliance guards, Ji-Chi, Ellie, and Yulun. Doria and Kailo remained on the boat to watch over the 3 dragons. Your Majesty, the good lord said that the other chair was prepared for Sir Yulun, Missandei reminded in a low voice. The little girl was a little afraid of Yulun, whose face was covered in burn scars. She didn't even dare to look him in the eye, but Crozai was still giving him a devilish smile. When the 2 of them were seated, Grazdan asked in the common tongue, Westeros, why do you want to buy so many unsullied? Other than the 8,600 who are completely unsullied, there are still 5,000 eunuchs who have yet to pass the test. Benevolent Lord, do you know the current situation of the Westeros? Dany asked instead of answering. I heard it's very chaotic. A few kings are fighting over an iron chair full of spikes, Grazdan mocked. Each of them has at least 10,000 warriors. And Tywin Lannister is so rich that even the people of Quills know that he once lent the Iron Throne 3 million gold royals. Wow, is that true? 3 million gold royals is almost 10 million gold radiance coins. That's enough to buy tens of thousands of unsullied. It should be true. I heard that even Duke Tywin's shit is gold. I didn't expect those Western barbarians to be so rich. The extravagant, benevolent masters were also shocked and started whispering to each other. Dany glanced at the benevolent masters and said, Do you understand now? My enemy is too strong. Even if there are 20,000 more unsullied, I don't have the confidence to take back my kingdom, let alone 8,600 unsullied. In other words, it's not that I want to buy 13,600 eunuch warriors, but that you only have 13,600 warriors to sell to me. Her words made so much sense that the 8 benevolent masters fell silent. Even with their arrogance, they didn't dare claim that 8,000 unsullied could sweep through the 7 kingdoms. It was simply impossible. We can't sell boys who haven't completed their training, the silver-tasseled Grazdan on the right suddenly said to the others. We're slave merchants. Only the customers pay. Why can't we sell what we have? A fat, golden-tasseled Grazdan said. The third Grazdan sneered. They haven't killed a baby, so they're not unsullied. If they don't perform well on the battlefield in the future, it'll definitely damage our reputation. Moreover, she's not the only buyer. Many others are waiting to receive their goods. But the Unsullied's training period is at least 10 years. If we sell them all, Apasta will have 10 years of free time. 10 years. In 10 years, perhaps the world will have forgotten about the existence of the Unsullied. Seeing Grazadin's hesitant expression, Dany immediately said loudly, Dear benefactors, I would like to ask you a question. What is it? Krozik asked. May I ask, am I the biggest customer in Astapor's history? Well, you're not. Grazdan thought for a moment and said, About 2,000 years ago, Valeglia and Lorna started a war because of a trade dispute. At the beginning of the war, the proud people of Alleglia didn't pay much attention to the Lorna. Only a single dragon king participated in the war. The leader of the Lorna, Prince Jaren, gathered a huge army of 250,000 people. There were also countless powerful water wizards in the army. Valeglia's army of 100,000 was wiped out, and several megalosaurus were shot dead. Because the enemy had water wizards, the flames of the megalosaurus couldn't hurt the Lorna. Even worse, the water wizards summoned a flood of the Lone River and drowned Valansis, a great fortress of Alleglia's freedom. Hundreds of thousands of people died in the flood. Seeing Prince Jaren's army approaching the city, the people of Atlantis were scared to death. They immediately ordered all the Unsullied from us, a total of 30,000. Dani was so attracted by the story that she even forgot her previous purpose. She asked curiously, 30,000 Unsullied failed to protect Volantis? If it had succeeded, these slave traders wouldn't have been talking about 3,000 Unsullied to protect Kihor every day. 250,000 Lorna and water wizards who could use water-forbidden spells were much more superior than 20,000 barbaric centaurs. Slave Master Gith rolled his eyes at Dani and said calmly, "If it had failed, would there still be Volantis today?" Valeglia made a move. 300 megalosaurus covered the sky. I heard that even the Lone River evaporated under the dragon's flames. How could the water wizards withstand it? It turned out that the Unsullied were just bystanders in the Great War. Well, in the Great War of the Other Demons, in Wandering Power, the Unsullied were bystanders again. Ahem, am I the customer who bought the most Unsullied in the past 1,000 years? She asked again, so what if I am? The people of the world will definitely pay attention to the results of my operation this time. If the restoration of the country fails, the Unsullied will be swept away by the Westeros Knights because of the lack of numbers. What do you think the others will think? The benevolent lords' faces changed, and they immediately had a bad idea. If Dani failed, the huge damage to her reputation was far from something that could be compensated for by 3,000 Unsullied to protect Kihor. Everyone, think about it again. If I succeed in restoring the country, will the people of the world praise the story of Unsullied are unrivaled throughout the ages? The benevolent lords' faces changed again, and a wonderful thought came to their minds. If Dani succeeded, the story of 3,000 Unsullied to protect Kihor could be retired. From now on, they would tell everyone the great story of 13,000 Unsullied destroyed the 7 kingdoms. I have dragons, so there's a high chance of success. But if there are too few Unsullied and it's too inconspicuous, people will think that the Megalosaurus is the key to my success. Dani said with a smile. All right. Grazadin and his 7 colleagues looked at each other and finally decided. As long as you can afford it, all the eunuchs in Astapor will be yours. Sir Yuluin. Dani leaned back in her chair and stretched out her hand leisurely. It's your turn. Yuluin blabbered on about how he passed through the sea of smoke, how he encountered the curse, how he found the governor's castle, how he found the dragon egg and armor, how he got lost in the accident, and how he finally rushed out of the Wall of Storm. During this time, the benevolent lords asked many questions about the sea route, the situation in Trya, and so on, and Yuluin answered them one by one. He really went to the ruins of Alleglia and was not bragging. No matter how the benevolent lords interrogated him, he could give answers that satisfied and amazed them. I swear in the name of Anami and the Greyjoy family that the sea map I drew is absolutely true. Finally, Yulin solemnly swore to the benevolent lords. You're a pirate. What's the use of swearing? Someone doubted. Dani explained, you may not understand the teachings of the Anami. Legend has it that the Anami created the time in for them to rape and pillage. If you don't rob and make money by proper means, it goes against the ancient path and the teachings of the gods. You know, quite a lot. Yulin's right blue, I flashed with a strange light. Dani was right, but there was one thing she had missed. Yuluin was a rebel. Although he was time in, he did not believe in the Anami. Instead, he had sacrificed many times to the enemy of the Anami, the god of storm. Yuluin could pass through the sea of smoke be immune to the curse, and pass through the wall of storm because he sacrificed a large number of slaves to the god of storm. In this fantasy world, blood sacrifice was definitely not a superstition. If Dani was proficient in heraldry and time-in culture, she might be able to find clues from Yuluan's personal coat of arms. Yuluan's personal coat of arms was a black iron crown supported by 2 crows, with a black pupil and a red eye below. The most distinctive feature of the god of storm was that he had 2 crow servants. Yuluan not only had a crow coat of arms, but his nickname was also Crow's Eye. The benevolent lords discussed with each other for more than half an hour. Finally, it was Glasden who spoke. A sea map to explore the ruins of Alleglia is indeed worth 1,000 unsullied and 5,000 eunuch apprentices. But I have to be assured that this information is only known to both of us. If you take out the sea map and sell it every time you come to a city, then we will lose a lot. If the sea map was real, not to mention 1,000 unsullied and 5,000 eunuch apprentices, even 20,000 unsullied would be worth it. As long as they could find a Valleglia steel sword, they would be able to recoup their losses. The benevolent lord is very thoughtful. I swear on the honor of the Queen of the 7 Kingdoms and House Targaryen that I will never sell the sea map again. Glasden glanced at the smiling Yuluan and nodded solemnly. Deal. The others repeated Glasden's words. Deal. Deal. A total of 8 deals. Before leaving, Krasny Monekraz pointed at Miss Sandii and said, "This clever little slave is yours. She will teach the unsullied your language." Miss Sandii translated to Dani. "Your Highness, the benevolent lord has given this little one to you. Well, you're mine. Come back with me." Dani nodded and was about to leave. Wait. Chapter 95. Wait a minute. Dani was about to leave with her brothers when Grazadin of Pearl Tassels stopped her. "We are very happy to have completed this big business today. We will hold a celebration in the Grand Arena. Mother Dragons, come with us. The Astapor people will give you the best show." "Now," Dani asked. "The Grand Arena is behind my pyramid, and it is also my property. We can go down now and watch the duel immediately," Grazadin said proudly. Dani did not want to go. She knew how bloody and cruel the slave duel was, but the master had invited her. She would be very different if she refused. In the slave trade, every participant was guilty. But just like the flower deal in the movie, the seller asked you to try some, but you said that you never used it. It would be difficult to continue the business, so the police would follow the tradition when they were undercover. "All right," Dani nodded in agreement. Immediately, a servant walked quickly to the top garden and waved a red flag. The masters did not stop. With the help of the servant, they sat on the palanquin and went down the pyramid from the back door. Dani did not have a palanquin, and the masters did not prepare one for her. She, Cora, Whitebeard, and others followed the masters down the stone steps. In the process of going down the pyramid, Dani was more and more impressed with the ingenious design of the Gith people. There were several systems for the stairs in and out of the pyramid. There were stairs for climbing on all 4 sides of the pyramid, and there was also a set of circular stone stairs inside. The internal stairs not only connected all the rooms in the tower, but also to the entrances of the external stairs on all 4 sides. Similarly, because of the circular shape, the internal stairs were far more gentle than the external stairs. Sitting on the palanquin and going down the stairs was almost no different from walking on the ground. As she went down the circular stairs, Dani passed by a spacious and bright stone house. There were a few old white-haired and white-bearded scholars who were teaching Grazadin's children. She also smelled the fragrance of the stone kitchen. The chef's yelling stopped abruptly when the masters arrived. The busy textile workers caught a glimpse of the masters outside the door. They stopped what they were doing and knelt down to kowtow. The wine cellar, the slave training room. Every time the benevolent lord went up and down the pyramid, it was equivalent to the process of a king inspecting his territory. Just like that, they ruled their little kingdom year after year. Now, it had been more than 5,000 years. Perhaps their rule would continue for another 10,000 years, 100,000 years, perhaps, as Grazdan had said. The Grand Arena was behind his pyramid. The Astapor City Gate, the Punishment Square, the Great Pyramid, and the arena were on a central axis. The magnificent pyramid towered into the clouds, but the huge arena was dug into the ground. It was a deep pit the size of a bowl, surrounded by red brick seats for spectators. Between the pyramid and the rostrum of the arena, there was a stone passage hidden underground. It was very spacious, enough for an elephant to pass through. On both sides of the stone passage were stone houses with iron fences. Slaves, gladiators, lions, colossi, wolves, and other consumables for duels lived in them. Ha! When I find the shadow priest to hatch the dragon, I'll build a dragon cave here. The benevolent masters at the front completely ignored Danny and the others at the back and laughed as they imagined the future. It must be exciting to see a fire dragon eating people, another benevolent master agreed. Ahem, even if the dragon is hatched, have you thought about how to control it? Yulun smiled strangely and said in Valeglia, if you don't seek death, you won't die. If you seek death, you will definitely die. If you're not afraid of death, continue to seek death, Danny said in a low voice. The benevolent masters at the front were a little far away. They did not hear her words, nor did they see her lips move. However, Yuluan's words were clearly transmitted into the passage in front of them. The benevolent masters' chatter and laughter suddenly stopped. After they exchanged glances, their old friend Krasny asked, Sir Yuluan, what do you want to say? Feeling the sharpness on his back, Yuluan touched his nose and said with a smile, I want to tell you to go to the ruins of Valeglia as soon as possible. There is a secret technique to control the Megalosaurus and countless dragon eggs there. If it's possible, we can work together. Yulun, you have no right to speak here, Danny shouted loudly and forcibly into the topic. When the benevolent masters turned around and continued to walk forward, Danny waved her hand and asked Adra to take back the Iraq machete on Yuluan's back. Yuluan reached out and touched his back. He found that his fingertips were stained with some dark red. He smiled and said, Your Majesty, I'll be a free man tomorrow. That's also tomorrow. Today, at this moment, you'd better be honest, Danny said lightly. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha, hoo-ha. The dazzling skylight shone into the tunnel from the exit, accompanied by the sound of ha. Just half an hour after the benevolent masters and Danny came down from the pyramid, the arena was already full of gift people with black and red hair standing upright. Compared with modern basketball and football stadiums, this arena was not too big. Danny estimated that there should be no more than 3,000 spectators. The dual arena below was a round mudland with a diameter of 50 meters, and in the center stood a majestic, muscular man. He only wrapped a piece of white cloth around his waist, waving his arms and shouting ha-ha loudly. The atmosphere of the scene had been set off to the highest point. The 8 benevolent masters had fixed seats, sitting at the highest point of the rostrum. Although Danny was a distinguished guest, she was only given a wooden chair on the red brick stairs 1 level lower. Yuluan sat next to her, and Cora, Whitebeard, and others did not even have a seat. Gift people are so arrogant, Cora complained behind Danny. We shouldn't have come here. How can the guest refuse the invitation of the host? Danny sighed and comforted him. Since we're here, we'll take it easy. It's almost noon, and the duel will be over soon. It won't be over soon, Master, Miss Sandy Eye said. The benevolent masters will have lunch and even dinner in the arena. Many times, they will duel until dark. Oh, we really shouldn't have come. Danny was stunned and sighed. Suddenly, the noisy disappeared, and the arena quieted down. The muscular man retreated into the corridor, and a middle-aged man in a yellow toga robe came out of the corridor, followed by a group of slaves. The slaves quickly nailed 3 wooden crosses in the center of the arena, and then 3 ignorant girls of 4 or 5 years old were tied to the crosses. 3 more slaves came, each carrying a large clay pot, and poured the viscous liquid in it on the 3 girls. The 2 white girls cried, and the bronze-skinned centaur girl was only stunned for a moment. She opened her mouth that was missing a few teeth and greedily sucked the brown liquid flowing to her lips. Her face was full of satisfaction and joy. After a while, a mixture of sweet, stinky, and fishy smell came to Danny. For the great son of the harpy, today's appetizer is the love of the hungry bear. The 3 slaves will be drizzled with honey, fresh human blood, and rotten fish and shrimp. And then our giant bear Pluto will choose his favorite food. Which one do you think Mr. Hungry Bear will choose first? The host waved at the opposite animal pen and shouted as he retreated to the corridor. Now, let's welcome our giant bear who has been hungry for 10 days, Pluto XXVI. Roar! The sound waves spread throughout the arena, and the cheering Jith people quieted down. The iron fence was only halfway up when a 3-meter-tall black bear impatiently came out of the gap, and a huge force made the iron fence as thick as an arm slightly deformed. Thump, thump, thump. The giant bear ran on all 4s, leaving a trail of red dust on the ground. It almost didn't hesitate for a moment and went straight to the centaur girl who was still licking the honey with her tongue out. Crack! The giant bear's mouth was as big as a wash basin, and juice dripped from its furry mouth as if it had bitten off a section of sugar cane. Ugh! Danny squatted on the ground, vomiting snot and tears all at once. This Westeros bitch, is scared. Krasny smiled and said to the benevolent lord beside him, Calixi, are you okay? The centaur maid held Danny and asked. Cora and Whitebeard also looked at her nervously. I'm fine. Danny didn't get up, but squatted on the ground and said in a muffled voice. Yuluan watched the giant bear eat 3 sections of sugarcane with relish and said to Grazadin with a smile, Benevolent Lord, although this program is exciting, it's not exciting enough. I actually quite like to watch duelists. It's lonely on the sea, so I used blood to summon a group of sharks and threw the same number of sailors into the sea, each with a scimitar and blood-soaked clothes. TSK, 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 that's what I call exciting. Hiss! Grazadin took a deep breath, touched his fat chin, and commented, Not bad, not bad. It's exciting just thinking about it. It even gives me the idea of building an arena on the water. But if you keep playing like this on the sea, I'm afraid there won't be enough sailors. Hey, have you forgotten what I do? Yuluan waved his hand nonchalantly and said with a smile, For us time in, anything on the sea is at our disposal. Treasures, women, men. As long as we are a little frugal in the process, how many gladiators can we find? Yuluan, if you open your mouth again, I'll immediately send you down to perform for everyone. Danny stood up and slapped his scabbed face. The lazy smile in Yuluan's blue, right? I turned vicious, and Danny looked at him coldly. If you dare to dodge, if you dare to resist, I'll chop off one of your hands. Then, under Yuluan's venomous gaze, she slapped him 7 or 8 more times. Yuluan's hands were red, and the scabs on his face were broken, and blood was oozing out. Throughout the whole process, the benevolent lords were laughing and pointing at them. After Danny finished venting her anger and returned to her seat, Grazadin smiled at Yulin, whose face was covered in blood, and said, Actually, we also have a super exciting program. The Hungry Bear's love was just an appetizer. Next up is the big bear and the little girl. The host's shout drowned out the benevolent lord's words. Next, let's see if the giant bear, Pluto, can keep his name. Let's welcome our fiercest bitch. Chapter 96. The benevolent lord calls the giant bear Pluto, the lion Hades, the elephant Angela. The last giant brown bear was called Pluto XXVI. It died under the gladiator's spear, and the current giant black bear inherited the name Pluto XXVI. Miss Sandy Eye whispered to Danny. Danny pointed to the black-haired little girl who was slowly walking out of the tunnel and asked, What's her name? What does she do? The girl was about the same age as Miss Sandy Eye, no more than 10 years old. She had short black hair, white skin, ordinary facial features, squinting eyes, and a little baby fat on her cheeks, like Beavis' belly, with crisscrossing light-colored scars. She's called Bitch, an assassin raised by the benevolent Lord Grazdan Mo. Eris. She's also a powerful gladiator, Miss Sandy Eyes said. Bitch, Danny murmured. That fat pig has a big heart. Or is he very confident in his skills in training slaves? Bitch was barefoot, wearing a linen blouse with a tight belt. A 30-centimeter long dagger hung from the belt, and she wore a pair of fluffy bloomers. After a few words, the host had already stepped down, and an absolutely disproportionate battle began in the arena below. Bitch seemed to bear all her strength with one foot, and the other foot was slightly suspended a few centimeters above the ground. She held the dagger with one hand and pointed it at the giant bear. "Water dancer!" Cora exclaimed in a low voice. The 3-meter-tall, giant black bear did not care about the girl who was shorter than its legs at all. The 3 sugarcane could not satisfy its hunger, and the appetizer dessert made it even hungrier. It just wanted to eat the sweet sugarcane again. Roar! The giant bear opened its mouth and bit down like before. But Bitch was not a girl tied to a wooden stake. She could not only dodge, but also move very quickly. Danny could barely see what she did, but she felt her vision blurred. The little girl came to the right side of the black bear and let the giant bear bite a mouthful of red mud. A basin-sized hole appeared on the soft ground. Danny finally saw the bitch's next move clearly. Like a nimble kitten, she jumped onto the giant bear's right paw and ran along the back of the bear's hand, wrist, forearm, and upper arm as if she was sprinting over 100 meters on the ground. Like a gust of wind, she came to the back of the giant bear's neck and stabbed the sharp sword in her hand. Not good. As soon as he saw the bitch running, Whitebeard guessed what she was thinking. His expression changed, and he said, "She is small and weak. The dagger can't penetrate her neck." The whole process was too fast. Before the old man could even exclaim, the sword had already stabbed down. The result was worse than what Whitebeard had expected. It seemed that the sword was stuck in the bones. The thin blade did not penetrate deep into the flesh. The giant bear roared in pain. Its voice was like a thunderclap. At the same time, it slapped the back of its neck with its big paw. "Ah!" Danny exclaimed. The next moment, the scream stopped abruptly. The girl, who was squatting on the back of the giant bear's neck, was blown down like a leaf by the wind brought by the bear's paw. No, the direction of the fall was wrong. The girl fell on the front of the giant bear's face. Falling from the sky for just a second or two, Danny saw 3 silver flashes. Ouch! The giant bear covered its face with one hand and howled miserably. Black blood soaked the black fur on the back of the bear's paw. The other hand waved around crazily, as if it was hitting an invisible enemy. At this time, the girl had retreated 5 or 6 meters away. As before, she was in the water dancer's starting posture. One foot was on tiptoe, supporting the weight of her body with her toes, and the other foot was behind her, slightly hanging a few centimeters above the ground. The combination of stillness and movement. There is movement in stillness. She seems to be standing still, but she is in the water dancer's footsteps. She can find the opponent's flaw and deliver a fatal blow in an instant. Whitebeard murmured, "I was wrong. This little water dancer is looking ahead." She only used 60% of her strength when she stabbed the back of the giant bear's neck. She didn't look for the wrong place and stabbed the bone. The bitch's short sword was still pointed at the crazed giant bear, but this time, the tip of the sword was red with blood dripping down. Between her and the giant bear, there was a fist-sized black nose. It was the giant bear's nose. The black bear's vision and smell are disabled. What a ruthless move. In an instant, 3 stabs hit the vital points. She has both strength and speed, the giant bear said in horror. "Hey, bitch." Grazadin suddenly stood up, leaned forward against the railing, and shouted at the arena, "Bitch, why are you still standing there? We're not here to watch the bear howl. Kill it immediately or be torn apart by it. There are more than a dozen shows waiting for you. Bitch, kill it. Bitch, kill it." The host held a copper loudspeaker and shouted. Gradually, the 3,000 audience members stood up from their seats and shouted in unison. The rolling sound waves were like an incantation that could not wait to drag an innocent child into hell. "Bastard, bastard." Whitebeard was so angry that his white beard was almost sticking up. The hardwood cane in his hand tapped on the red brick floor, showing that he was not calm at all. Cora said with a gloomy face, "The girl's strength is too weak. Even if she pierced the eye socket, it would be difficult to kill the giant bear. The giant bear only needs to hit her once. Benevolent Lord, your slave seems to have one." The duel was very exciting. "Why don't we watch the next one?" Danny said softly to Grazadin of Pearl Tassels. "That Westeros bitch is a soft-hearted fool." Old friend Krasny whispered to benevolent Lore beside him. "The real exciting duel has just begun, and she said that she has won? Ha ha!" The fat slave owner's rough voice was very loud. Even if he lowered his voice, he could still be heard by the people around him. The little translator Missandei's black face turned red. Her big golden eyes were full of confusion. She did not know if she should translate the old master's inappropriate words to her new master. The tradition of the Harpy's son, an unfinished duel in the Colosseum, must not be stopped halfway. Grazadin refused seriously. After saying that, he raised his hand in the direction of the host. The host shouted to the audience, "Kacha! Kacha!" A group of archers left the first level of the audience. They scattered above and surrounded the arena. Arrows were aimed at the bitch who was hesitating below. The girl also noticed the archers above her. She knew that benevolent Lord was very dissatisfied with her caution. So she tiptoed forward lightly, went around to the back of the giant bear, and stabbed it with her sword. When the crazy black bear turned around and waved its arms, the bitch lowered her body and went through the giant bear's creek. When she came to the front of the black bear, the girl bent over and gently kicked its fat belly. The giant bear sensed that the enemy was in front of it. It opened its arms like a hungry husband and pounced on its beautiful wife, who was wearing sexy underwear and was still flirting with it at the head of the bed. Whoosh, the girl's bent body bounced up like a spring. Her whole body was like an arrow on a drawn bow that was suddenly released. She quickly retreated 3 meters away. "Ah!" Danny screamed. Although the girl was fast, she was still within the range of the giant bear's pounce. In the next moment, she would be crushed into a pool of blood by the giant bear's head. But she guessed wrong. The girl's lightning-fast movement suddenly stopped. Like a ballet dancer, she turned around and came to the position of the giant bear's shoulder. The shoulder was shorter than the head. The head could hit her, but the shoulder just brushed against her clothes and fell to the ground. Kaka, a crisp sound of broken bones, and the giant bear's shrill howl came into Danny's ears at the same time. Looking at the battlefield again, the giant bear was lying on the ground. Blood was like a twisted faucet, quickly dyeing a large area of the ground. The bitch's face was pale, and her face and forehead were oozing with cold sweat. The bitch was half squatting between the giant bear's outstretched arm and head. Her right hand was bent at an abnormal sharp angle and stuck under the black bear's neck. The girl didn't say a word. She just struggled to climb out of the giant body that was twitching unconsciously. The 3-meter-high black bear was lying on the ground. It was making a sound, but it could no longer stand up. The whole battlefield was dead silent. The whole process happened so fast that it was almost too late to blink. The game of Big Bear and Little Girl was over. How did the bear die? Did the bitch win? What did she do? Slowly, the battlefield was filled with discussions. The Gith people were so excited that they were dancing. Not simple. Whitebeard looked solemnly at the little girl who was limping toward the tunnel. He said slowly, "I neglected one thing. She's not a newbie. She is so experienced that even an Iron Man would feel pity for her." Cora nodded with a pale face. She knew that she couldn't pierce through the black bear's skin. She could only use the bear's own impact to place the sword on the ground between its eyebrows. Her right hand might have been broken. Who knows how many bones were broken? "Ha ha ha!" Grazadin laughed proudly and asked Yulun, "How is it? Is it exciting enough?" Yulun's blue eyes were still filled with shock. He nodded gently and didn't say a word. "I told you, the best part is yet to come," the fat slave master said to Danny. "The bitch is no ordinary person. Who knows how many wild bulls she killed. Pluto XXVI didn't die in vain." Danny's heart skipped a beat. She remembered the first time she met Krasny. He said that strength was not the most important thing. The bulls were strong enough, but they were easily killed by a 9-year-old girl. It seemed that the girl he was talking about was the bitch. Only 9 years old, suddenly Danny sighed. She felt that she no longer had the right to shout, "Who dares to be more miserable than me?" The world was like an oven. So many people were struggling in purgatory. You are not one of them, and you are not one of them. After that, there was a slightly more formal gladiator competition. It was a 10 versus 10 team competition. 20 bare-chested slaves slashed at each other with swords. Blood splattered everywhere, broken limbs flew, and heads rolled on the ground. The screams and wails were endless. Danny felt like she was in the world of playing the dead. She was so disgusted that she wanted to vomit. After the 20-person melee, the red soil in the arena turned into a muddy wetland, soaked with blood. Danny thought to herself that perhaps the red soil was not originally red, but had been watered by blood to make it red. Chapter 97. The next game was announced after the corpses were cleaned up. The first wave of contestants was a group of Gudgees on chariots. The leader wore an exaggerated ceremonial helmet of the Gudgees Legion commander. The bronze helmet was covered with colorful feathers. His subordinates were bare-chested and held black whips more than 10 meters long. Missandei said that they were the long whips of the Gudgees Legion, and they used the whips in their hands to manage thousands of slaves in the empire. Then came a wave of people wearing gorgeous black armor. Danny guessed that they were just imitating Valeglia's Dragon King, without the little translator's explanation. The last Gudgees to enter the arena had a golden shield in their left hand and a golden short sword in their right hand. They wore a spiked golden helmet, golden sleeveless leather armor, black leather shorts, and golden boots. They looked a bit like the Unsullied, but more exquisite. When the golden people came out with the chariots, the audience cheered thunderously, and even the benevolent lords stood up and bowed. They are the Gudgees' golden warriors, the strongest warriors of the Legion, the foundation of the Gudgees' empire to dominate the continent. Alas, fake, imitation. Cora waved his hand, a look of disdain on his face, and mocked. The sons of the Harpies are immersed in the glory of the old empire, but they forget that the Gudgees' empire has been destroyed for 5,000 years. However, Danny became excited and said excitedly, "Could it be that they're also going to duel?" "Yes, look." Cora pointed to the center of the arena, where 3 chariots were leaning together and several Gudgees warriors were solemnly handing over gold-lacquered parchments to each other. He said, "They are simulating the ceremony of exchanging letters of challenge before the city-state war of the Gudgees' empire, and the battle will start soon." "Great! Watching the Gudgees kill each other is more exciting than the slave gladiators." Danny lowered her voice and laughed. "It would be best if all the Gudgees died. Well, it would be best if the 8 benevolent lords came personally." Cora sneered. "Your Highness, how can the slave owners have the courage to participate in the gladiator battle now?" You see, in the enthusiastic cheers, 3 Gudgees generals held up the parchments and drove the chariots around the arena 3 times, and then they withdrew from the tunnel one by one. On the other side, 3 cages creaked open at the same time, and 3 groups of bare-chested warriors wearing cloaks of different colors walked out. Each team had about 50 people. The colorful cloak represented the commander of the Gith Legion, the black cloak represented the Dragon King of Valeglia, and the yellow cloak represented the bravest golden swordsman of the Gith Legion. Then 150 people fought with spears, short swords, Iraq scimitars, and long whips in the narrow arena. He was so brave and fierce that he didn't care about his life at all. It was as if his life and the lives of others weren't even worth a copper coin. It was even crueler than the previous 10 versus 10. The previously dry land had completely turned into a swamp. It was not an exaggeration. It had really turned into a muddy land after the rain. The audience of guys on the top seemed to have entered an inexplicable state of fanaticism. They were not watching people killing each other. Instead, they had traveled back in time 5,000 years and became a member of the Guy's army. They had conquered the Freedom Fortress of Valeglia, trampled on the Loyal Nath wizard, and the Undul's knights had wailed under their swords. 300 Megalosaurus had died on the spot. It was really a hot-blooded sport. Danny's agitated heart calmed down inexplicably. Everything around her was so real and illusory. Things were really happening, but she entered the perspective of God with the mentality of watching a movie story. This is hell. Let's go back. Suddenly, she stood up and said to Cora and the others. She noticed the expression of her followers. Only Whitebeard and Cora looked unbearable. Missandei Eye's face was pale, but Beavis and the Centaur were watching with great interest. Even Jichi and Eerie were affected by the atmosphere. They shouted excitedly, and their cheeks were flushed. Indeed, we should leave. This place shouldn't exist in the world at all. Whitebeard agreed. The benevolent masters didn't care about Danny's departure. Krasny and another benevolent master even laughed at her for being weak and stupid. The fighting in the Colosseum was too bloody. Danny didn't eat a single bite of the food sent by the slaves at noon. Whitebeard and Cora didn't eat either. Instead, it was Beavis who ate heartily. Like the benevolent masters, the blood below seemed to have become seasoning, whetting their appetite. When they returned to the ship, it was already close to evening. Danny ate some fruits and white bread to fill her stomach. She took a bath and fed the 3 dragons dinner. The sky was still dark, but she went back to her room to rest. Lying on the bed, Danny tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Scenes of what happened in the Colosseum during the day appeared in her mind. Then, she thought of the Unsullied One whose expression was as hard as a rock. Even the scene of the Unsullied One killing puppies and babies appeared before her eyes. Finally, she thought of what she was going to do tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. She kept tossing and turning. Her movements were so big that she didn't know when she woke up Eerie beside her. The Centaur maid had watched a big show today. She was satisfied and full. As soon as she lay on the bed, she began to snore. "Calixie, you can't sleep?" she asked. In the darkness, Danny softly replied with an A moment later, the Centaur maid hesitantly reached out her hand and asked, "Do you need my help?" "Help with what?" Danny was puzzled. "I learned some skills from Doria. I can please you," she said as she reached her small, calloused hand into Danny's blanket. After being stunned for a moment, Danny finally reacted. She blushed and dodged to the side. She said, "Hey, not that. I was thinking about what happened in the Colosseum. Zhuji's blood guards were dead. The other centaurs didn't dare to touch Danny's maids. The 3 women were not used to being alone for a long time. Sometimes Danny would see Doria and them. Oh, what happened in the Colosseum?" Eerie's voice was calm. There was no awkwardness or shyness from being rejected. It was as if she was asking, "Calixie, do you want some water?" Danny complained about the centaurs in her mind. She said humans should have a bottom line. The yearning for beautiful things is the trait that separates humans from beasts. Kindness and compassion are the most beautiful traits of humans. But today I realize that too many people are not like humans. After a pause, Eerie said softly, "I don't know who my father is, but I have a mother and brothers. They all died under the scimitar of Khal Drogo's roaring warriors. But after becoming your maid, I completely treat myself as one of your people. In my heart, this is the law of the world. We have all been like this. I don't know how to make it better." Eerie, Jiki, Quero, and Kalalo were not people of Khal Drogo's Khalasar. After their Khalasar was destroyed by Khal Drogo, they became Khal Drogo's half-slaves. Their status was higher than slaves, but lower than official subordinates of the Khalasar. Later, Danny Liz married Khal Drogo, and the 4 of them joined her little Khal Drogo. Only then did they become Khal Drogo's household register. "I know what kind of world is better. I also plan to change the world now," Danny said. "I believe in you, Khaleesi. You are the mother of dragons, the immortal, the one of miracles blessed by the horse god," Eerie said as she held her hand. After that, the 2 of them did not speak. Less than 3 minutes later, the centaur maid's breathing became heavy again. Danny's eyes widened as she looked at the dark ceiling. She heard the faint creaking of the wooden hull, the sound of the waves hitting the hull, and the sound of footsteps on the deck above her. In the silence, she suddenly heard the breathing of a third person. Startled, she sat up and looked into the darkness. She whispered, "Doria? Jiki?" "They are asleep," a woman said. "They're all asleep." The voice was very close to the bed. It was almost standing beside the bed and looking down at Danny. "Shit, Kueishi?" Danny recognized the owner of the voice and was shocked. "Why are you here in Astapor? Where are my guards? Didn't they stop you?" "It's me." Quero seemed to have walked a few steps closer. Danny could vaguely see an extremely blurry figure in the darkness. "This afternoon, when I was meditating, I once again foresaw a major event that would change the world. I saw your figure standing in the midst of blood and fire. Beneath your feet was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood," Quero said calmly. Danny's face changed. She asked in a trembling voice, "What did you know?" "This world's prophecies are really fucking disgusting. I only had a vague thought in my mind, and you were already touched? P.S. I don't know anything. I don't understand. So, can you tell me?" Quero's words made her sigh in relief. "I don't even know the basics of meditation. How would I know anything about prophecies?" she said. In the darkness, Danny felt that Quero was sizing her up. When she was about to ask how to break through the guard again, Quero spoke. "Danny, Liz, you must remember this. To go to the north, you must go south. To go to the west, you must go east. If you want to go forward, you must go back. If you want to see the light, you must go through the shadows." Quero's voice became weaker and weaker. The last sentence was almost inaudible. Danny's heart skipped a beat. She shouted, "Dahe, light the lamp." The sound of chains being dragged came from the corner. The black dragon slowly woke up from its deep sleep. Its dark red eyes were like two luminous pearls. Hiss, Dahe opened its mouth slightly and spat out a thin flame. The darkness in the room was immediately dispelled by the flame. Danny looked around and shuddered. The door was closed and the bolt was firmly fastened. However, there was no trace of the woman with the red lacquer mask in the room. Murder in a locked room? Oh no. Theft in a locked room? Breaking out a locked room? How did Quero get in? How did she leave? Oh my God. Danny suddenly patted her forehead and whispered, "Damn, it's probably a glass candle. If scientific methods could not explain it, it could only be magic." Glass candles seemed to have the effect of cross-realm communication and projection. Even if it was not a glass candle, it was a similar witchcraft. In order to verify her idea, Danny lifted the blanket, put on a coat, and opened the door to take a look. Doria and Kiki were sleeping on a low couch in the outer room. There were 4 or 5 centaur warriors patrolling the corridor and the top deck. Danny also saw that Whitebeard had placed a sleeping bag at the entrance of the cabin. When he heard footsteps, the old man immediately woke up. "Your Highness!" Whitebeard sat up and asked, "It's me. Did you see Quero?" Danny asked. "No one came in. I can hear the identity of a stranger from the footsteps." The old man confirmed. Danny's bedroom was originally the captain's room. It was located in the innermost room on the 3rd floor of the cabin. There was only one way in and out, and Whitebeard slept on the side of the road. "Sigh, Quero came to find me." Danny sighed. Chapter 98. The next morning, Danny practiced 300 standard sword swings with Whitebeard as usual. The old man told her that although her movements were barely standard, they had not formed a physical memory. As long as she still thought of herself as a warrior, she would have to train for a day. After washing up and eating a sumptuous breakfast, Danny took off her loose training clothes and changed into a painted leather vest, silk shorts, horse mane leggings, and riding leather sandals. A belt with a bronze medallion was tied around her waist, and a maid had braided a whip for her. At the end of the whip were 2 small silver bells that jingled. One of them represented that she had defeated the demigod Immortal in the Immortal Palace, and the other was for Yu Luan's contribution. The battle against Yu Luan was far more dangerous and tragic than the battle in the Immortal Hall. Danny had a clear conscience to add a bell for herself. Today, she would ride the little silver horse to the punishment square. After completing the transaction in the morning, she would probably leave Astapor at noon. The 2 blood guards, Ago and Ricarlo, were in front, each holding a large flag with a green background and a black dragon flag fluttering in the wind. Dany did not use the three-headed dragon flag of the Targaryen family at this time. The black dragon was her natal mount, and the green color symbolized the endless sea of grass. She rode the little silver horse behind. Bevo still chose to walk, trotting to protect Dany's left side. Missandei also rode a little mare to Dany's right side. Whitebeard rode a tall dragon horse to Missandei's right side, and Jorah Mormont brought up the rear. Outside them, there were more than 20 roaring warriors with scimitars at their waists and longbows hanging from their saddles. They all had moon-shaped hairstyles, which made the pedestrians on the street point at them. Behind the warriors was a long line of carriages, 177 carriages. In addition to gold, silver, jewels, and jade, there were 6 bundles of tiger skins, 300 pieces of yeni worsted silk, thousands of jars of saffron, myrrh, pepper, curry, and cardamom, and 80 barrels of Yendi's fine red, black, and green ink. There was also a barrel of pitted olives filled with worms, 12 barrels of salted fish, a batch of exquisite bronze wares, 17 ivory eyes, and a carriage full of books from the various countries of the Jade Sea. In addition to the precious alien items mentioned above, there were also dozens of carriages of black rice and grape wine, which were mainly used to hold the bottom of the warehouse. They were not too expensive and were the most common goods in the great maritime trade. Dany didn't send anyone to protect the convoy. They had already been checked by the clerk at the dock area. The ownership of the convoy basically belonged to the big benefactors, so it was completely safe in Estapo. The 8 benevolent masters and their children and wives, dressed in toga robes, stood on the last step of the trapezoidal pyramid and looked down at Dany, who was riding from the other end of the square. The punishment square was filled with the army of Immaculate. Row after row, they were motionless like wooden sticks that were neatly inserted into the ground. A total of 8,600 fully trained Unsullied were wearing lightning rod helmets. The other 5,000 people were bareheaded and were only equipped with spears and short swords. They had not completed all the training and did not have helmets. The youngest of these people was only a child, around 5 or 6 years old, with a childish face. Even though they had not completed their training, they were like the true Unsullied. They stood straight and looked straight ahead, not moving at all. Dany took the lead, passing through the ranks of the Unsullied and arriving in front of the pyramid. She dismounted from her horse, removed 2 boxes from her saddle, and placed them below the steps of the benevolent masters. Yulun also dismounted and walked over to open the 2 boxes. The first box contained a scroll of blueprints, a sea chart that Yulun had drawn himself. The second box was covered in a thick mirror carpet, on which was a rusty bronze dragon egg. Yulun hugged the dragon egg and looked left and right, finding that the weight and texture were exactly right. He put down the dragon egg, stood up, and nodded to the benevolent lord, saying, "That's right. This is the dragon egg that was stolen from me. It's my spoils of war." Dany corrected. "This dragon egg of Alleglia's Dragon King now belongs to Astapor," Grazdan said with a chuckle. "Then we have to complete the transaction first," Dany said calmly. At this time, a clerk had already trotted up the steps and handed the list of goods to the benevolent masters. Seeing that there was not a single item missing, Grazdan said solemnly, "Complete one last thing and complete the transaction immediately." "What is it?" Dany's heart pounded, but her expression was calm. "Swear that the bronze dragon egg is alive and can hatch a dragon," the slave master said loudly with a straight face. Dany relaxed and said loudly, "In the name of the descendants of Alleglia and the honor of House Targaryen, in the name of the Queen of the 7 Kingdoms, I swear that the bronze dragon egg I got from Yulun is alive and can hatch a dragon in my hands." Then she raised her eyebrows and warned the slave master, "I am the mother of dragons, and I have awakened the legendary bloodline of Alleglia. So, as long as I pay a certain price, there's a very high chance that I can hatch a small bronze dragon. But if you want to hatch a dragon, not only do you have to find a shadow priest, It is best if you find a descendant of a true dragon or a noble of Valeglia to hatch a megalosaurus. We are also of Valeglia blood, Grazdan muttered. This was also true. From Qualls to Slaver's Bay, to Volantis and all the trading cities except Bravos, the upper nobles were of Valeglia blood. This was because the people who ruled these free cities were pure-blooded Valeglia nobles. The Dragon King, who had a dragon, lived in the capital of Valeglia. The lower nobles and greater nobles without dragons were divided into different regions. After the Great Calamity, the lesser nobles and their descendants survived. Among them, the ruler of Volantis had the purest bloodline, even more so than the Targaryens. Because the Targaryens had many marriages with other families in the following 400 years, there were more nobles in Volantis, and the population was large, so they could form a closed and conservative inheritance system. I have already made the oath and warned you. Can we complete the transaction now? Danny asked. After the transaction is completed, will Yulun be free? Grazdan seemed to ask a question that was very irrelevant to the current topic. But Danny understood that the dragon egg was very precious. What was more valuable than the dragon egg was the sea map. Valeglia ruled the world for 5,000 years. How much wealth did they plunder? It was unimaginable. Some people speculated that the gold and silver there was more than all the wealth in the world combined. What did Valeglia rely on to rule the world for 5,000 years? Dragons and magic. A real dragon and a real magic spell. In the 400 years after the Great Calamity, how many explorers had tried to cross the Smoke Sea, hoping to find treasures and secret techniques in Valeglia? Uncountable. In One Piece, because of Rogers, Do You Want My Treasure? The great age of pirates started. But compared to Valeglia, Rogers' treasure was nothing. Unfortunately, in all these years, only one person came out of the ruins of Valeglia, Yulin Greyjoy. Even though he brought back little treasures, he did not return empty-handed. The crux of the matter was that the Serenity was a long and narrow ship. It was not a cargo ship or a large ship. The amount of space it could carry was relatively small. Yulun could be considered to have returned with a full load. If Greyjoy's Cedillion could return safely from the ruins of Valeglia, the treasures he brought back could buy the entire Astapor, or even Slaves Bay. Although the sea map was priceless, Benefactor hoped that Yulun, an experienced driver, could lead the way. To be honest, if Yulun was honest and showed a little bit of loyalty to Danny, she also wanted to keep him. But if the experienced driver was dishonest and purposely led you into a trap, the damage would be much greater than a newbie exploring the road. In Danny's heart, Yulun was not trustworthy at all. So regrettably, she could only give up on the beautiful idea of letting Yulun lead the way. I promised, once we return to land, I will immediately set Yulun and his crew free. Danny nodded, looking at the smiling crow's eye. After we leave Astapor, you can go anywhere you want. But I still suggest that you come with me. This is Slaves Bay, and you are wanted by dozens of cities. Don't get caught and become a slave. I know, but I want true freedom more, Yulun said casually. Then it's up to you. Hearing the conversation between the two, Grazdan smiled with satisfaction. Under his signal, his old friend Krasny quickly walked down the stairs and came to Danny's side. He raised a whip and said loudly, "Benefactor says deal." Deal. Grazdan, who was on the pearl tassel high on the stairs, echoed loudly, "Deal. Deal." 8 benefactors, 8 deal. All the Unsullied and the surrounding Gith people saw and heard it. Deal. Danny nodded and waved her hand behind her. The centaurs who were standing behind the treasure and seafood boxes stepped back one by one. Then, she took the whip called Harpy's Finger from Krasny's hand. The 30 centimeters long whip handle was carved out of black dragon bones, with gold inlaid on both ends. One end was a golden spherical female head with ivory teeth in its mouth. The other end was connected to 8 slender leather strips, and at the end of the leather strips was a gold-plated eagle claw. It was heavy to the touch, but the meaning it represented was even heavier the control of 13,600 Unsullied. It was like a real estate certificate. While Krasny was eagerly looking at the sea map, Danny climbed on the little silver horse, stood in the stirrups, raised the harpy's finger above her head, and silently circled around the square. Finally, she deliberately shouted in the Valeglia language as if she had just learned it. "You now belong to me, the people of the Mother of Dragons, all of you. 5 in a row. Follow me to a new world, a new future." Danny took the lead, followed by the Unsullied in neat rows, 5 in a row, and the long line stretched for 3 to 4 kilometers. After a quick look at the sea map, Krasny said to Yulun with a mocking expression, "That bitch must have practiced those words all night. She's not bad." The eunuchs all understood. Yulun opened his mouth and wanted to say, "She is an Orthodox descendant of Valeglia and has lived in the free city of the Western continent for more than 10 years. Why do you think she doesn't know Valeglia?" But not far away, Whitebeard was carrying a big box, staring at him. I touched his nose and whispered, "Are you interested in cooperating? That's what I want." Krasny's eyes flashed. "Then, I'll see you later." Eyes blew right. I had a kind and gentle smile, so convincing. "Yuluan, your crew is waiting outside the city gate. Go quickly." The old man said coldly. Yuluan nodded, jumped on the horse, and galloped away. Whitebeard turned back and said to the slave merchant, "Danny, Queen Liz asked me to bring a gift for the good Lord." Chapter 99. Gift? Krasny was puzzled, and then pointed to the old man in surprise. "How do you know Valeglia?" The old man opened the leather box that was as big as a cello. Inside the box was a thick layer of exquisite silk. 8 black scepters were placed on top of the soft silk. They were about 2 meters long and sparkled like obsidian. However, they carried an indescribable sense of luxury and majesty. The top of the 5 scepters was inlaid with a large piece of gold, which was carved in the shape of a harpy's head. The eyes were inlaid with bright golden crystals, and the teeth were carved from white jade-like ivory. At the position of the scepter's armrest, there was a golden hoop with fine lines to prevent sweat from slipping off the hand. Krasny opened his eyes and found that the golden hoop was inlaid with fine pink diamonds in Valeglia. One of them was Krasny Imo Nekraz, which was his own name. The other 2 were inlaid with silver, and the style was the same as before. The slave merchant's heart moved and looked at the silver hoop. Sure enough, the name on it represented the good Lord, who could only wear a silver tassel toga robe. The last one was even more gorgeous. Although it was also made of gold, it was inlaid with at least 80 pearls the size of broad beans. On it was the name of Grazadin with the pearl tassel. "Are these really for us?" Krasny, who had always been stingy, opened his eyes wide and looked incredulous. "If I'm not mistaken, this is a dragonbone scepter, right?" The dragonbone was very special. It had a metallic texture, but it was far lighter than black iron. If it was not light, the dragon would not be able to fly. At first, Krasny thought it was a black iron scepter, but after looking at it for a while, he was completely sure that they were all dragon bones. "This is the dragon bone." Whitebeard put the box in front of the slave owner. "I hope you like it. I'll take my leave." After that, he turned around and left with his hardwood cane. "Wait." Krasny stopped the old man and asked with a puzzled face, "But why? 8 exquisite dragonbone scepters are worth at least thousands or even tens of thousands of gold royals. When we leave Astapor today, the queen asked me to come and give the gift." Whitebeard said lightly. In fact, he himself was a little puzzled, and he did not even know when Danny had prepared these gifts. When they set off in the morning, she had the centaur, who was a blacksmith, send over a large box. She wanted him to personally give the gift to the benevolent lord after she left with the Unsullied. "Hey, tell your Westeros bitch queen." Looking at the luxurious dragon bone scepter, Krasny felt that he should return the favor. He stopped Whitebeard and sincerely suggested, "It's best to let the slaves gain some combat experience first." On this trip to the west, there were many small cities along the way that were very suitable for looting. No matter what spoils of war they obtained, they could keep it all for themselves. This was because Unsullied had no desire for money or jewels. The captives could be escorted back to Astapor by a team of guards. Marine and Kaiyuan would not stop them. Well, we'll sell the skilled warriors to Marine, the young women and delicate men to Kaiyuan, and we'll buy the healthy boys at a good price. Perhaps before she even returned to the sea of the setting sun, she would have earned back the money she earned from selling slaves. Perhaps 10 years later, the boy she sent to us would become an unsullied. This will create a virtuous cycle that will benefit everyone. Oof. The old man's face was livid. He glared at the slave owner and rode away without saying a word. Walking out of the city gate, he saw a mighty army on the vast plain of the Worm River. Whipping his horse forward a few hundred meters, Whitebeard saw Danny on the side of the dirt road that covered the sky. She was riding a horse and talking to a few Gith people in toka robes. On the flat ground nearby stood nearly 1,000 centaurs with bronze slave collars around their necks. All the centaur slaves in Astapor are here, a total of 936 of them. Since you've bought enough, I'll give you a 20% discount. You can buy 5 for 1 silver coin. The old slave trader with red and black hair said with a smile, Adger, give this benevolent lord 200 silver coins. Danny said to the Blood Alliance guard behind her, that's a lot. The slave trader rubbed his hands and said happily, and I'm just a small merchant, not a benevolent lord. It's not easy for you to find all the centaurs in the city. The extra silver coins are my gift to you. When it came to gift, Danny smiled at him meaningfully. One day, you'll enjoy the same treatment as the benevolent lord. Thank you for your auspicious words. The slave trader was even happier. When the gift people left with a large bag of coins, Whitebeard came over and said, the gift has been sent out. The slave trader likes it very much. Okay. Danny nodded and ordered the Blood Alliance guard to lead the centaur slaves to join the large army. In the Red Wilderness, although there were old and weak centaurs, everyone had a horse. The number was small, so it was easier to manage. They could travel more than 100 kilometers in a day. Now the environment was better, there was no shortage of resources, and there was no shortage of fodder for the horses to chew. However, there were many people in the army, and they were all infantry. It was estimated that it would be difficult to travel 30 kilometers in a day. The slave trader also asked you to. The old man hesitated for a long time, but his loyalty still prevailed over his conscience. He stuttered and repeated Krazini's words. You can let the Unsullied loot the towns along the way, not only to replenish the military supplies, but also to sigh. In the end, he still couldn't persuade her to sell the slaves. Is it to sell the residents of the towns as slaves to the cities of Slavers Bay to form a virtuous cycle? Danny smiled and helped him say, The old man was stunned and advised, Your Highness, you can't sell the slaves. Not to mention the reaction of the people of the 7 kingdoms when they know you have seen how miserable the slaves are. If we don't loot the small towns, how will we cross tens of thousands of miles and return to the 7 kingdoms? Danny asked deliberately. When the slave owner sold the Unsullied, he only gave them a set of sleeveless leather armor, a short sword, a spear, a wooden shield covered with iron, a sleeping bag, and 3 days of rations. The Unsullied who completed their training also had bronze-spiked helmets, but the Unsullied apprentices didn't even have helmets. If they didn't loot, Danny wouldn't be able to feed more than 10,000 people after a month. Well, she still kept the belongings she brought from Quars. Whitebeard thought hard for a long time and said tentatively, Maybe we can borrow them. Borrow from who? Danny was interested. The bank merchants of the trading cities, the iron treasury of Bravos. The old man glanced at the silent Knight Yura. Even the Count of Bear Island can borrow tens of thousands of gold royals from the iron treasury. The Queen of the 7 Kingdoms can borrow a few million gold royals without any problem. What do you know? Yura's face turned red. My parents' claws are Valeglia's steel swords. I didn't even sell them to Duke Tywin for 800,000 gold royals. The iron treasury is smart. Also, in order to pay off the interest, I sold my life for them for several years and hovered on the edge of life and death dozens of times. The old man stroked his chin and looked at the knight's gorgeous black armor inlaid with gold. He nodded and said, "Your Highness, the money from selling the armor is enough for us to go around the world twice. You can't." Yora's face turned red, and he looked at Danny pleadingly. "Forget it, it's just a joke. I already have a plan in mind." Danny waved her hand and smiled. "What plan?" Both of them asked at the same time. She asked in a low voice, "Do you know why I want to give gifts to the slave owners?" Both of them looked at each other blankly. After a while, Yora's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly remembered the topic he had discussed with her a few times. He asked tentatively, "Gifts as guests?" Danny smiled and nodded. "But we don't have a guest relationship with the slave owners." The old man was puzzled. "They sell slaves, and we buy unsullied people. It's completely normal trade. It can be considered a guest relationship." Yora pulled on the reins lightly and said thoughtfully, "The situation in the trading cities is different from the Seven Kingdoms. In Westeros, strangers passing by the owner's mansion will fulfill the prerequisite of a guest relationship. As long as the owner takes the guest in, the guest's rights will automatically take effect. According to Your Highness' previous theory, this is actually a kind of trust, a kind of agreement, an agreement not to harm each other. In the trading cities, completing a normal credit transaction is also considered. When we came to this city, the owner of the city did not rob us. Yesterday, he even treated us to lunch and watched the beast fighting competition. Is this not a guest relationship?" Whitebeard was convinced by Yora and gradually accepted this point of view. He nodded and sighed. "That's right. In Westeros, as long as you eat the salt provided by the owner, the guest's rights will be at this point." He suddenly looked up and looked at Danny in shock. He stammered, "Your Highness, the gift you gave to the benevolent lord is a guest gift?" Yora was stunned at first. Wasn't it obvious? Was there a need to make such a fuss? But the next moment, he understood the meaning of the guest gift, and his expression changed. He said in a trembling voice, "The guest gifts to the owner are mainly to express their gratitude for the owner's hospitality. But at the same time, it also means the end of the guest relationship. We and the benevolent lord no longer enjoy the guest's rights. You must—" Danny looked back calmly and interrupted him. "You hate and hate slavery, but only want to avoid it. I'm different. I want to change all of this. After tomorrow, I'll see who dares to sell slave warriors." Her words confirmed their conjecture. For a moment, they were stunned and did not know what to say. "Will the Unsullied listen to your plan?" After a while, Whitebeard hissed. Danny smiled. "I'm not sure, so I'll have to leave a pasta to test it out." If the Unsullied were obedient, she would carry out Plan A and make a big news. If the situation was not good, she did not have the queenly temperament of the original owner, Danny Rise. She could not make the Unsullied kowtow, so she would immediately run away with her centaur followers. Anyway, it was a few kilometers away from the city. Even if the slave owners knew that she was going to mess with them, they could not catch up. They were now walking on the coastal Gajiskal Avenue. Grohl's 4 ships had been following her along the coastline. But according to the prophecy revealed by Kuei yesterday, Danny guessed that she would succeed. Thinking of this, she turned her head and waved to Little Black, who was a dozen meters away. "Missandei, come here." Maid Jichi had prepared a red-maned filly for her. It was short and docile, just enough for her to ride. "Master, why are you looking for me?" Missandei rode over and asked respectfully. Chapter 100. Danny frowned and said, "My subordinates have no slaves. From this moment on, don't call me master, and don't call yourself a villain." Missandei looked at her with some fear and whispered, "Then what should I call master?" "You call yourself Calixi, or princess." Danny corrected her. "I understand, Calixi." Missandei looked at the long line of Unsullied in confusion. "Aren't they slaves?" "Soon they won't be." Danny sighed and did not correct her villain again. She asked, "Are the Unsullied very obedient?" In fact, the benevolent lord only taught them 2 things, martial arts and obedience. If you don't allow them to breathe, they will think it's easier than disobeying orders. What if I order them to become free people? Danny asked again. This? Miss Sandy Eye hesitated. No one has ever given the unsullied freedom. I don't know what they will do. Maybe they will be a loss and then do whatever you say. Whitebeard interjected. Westeros prohibits slave trading. If the queen asks them to commit suicide after regaining the throne, will they do so? Yes. Miss Sandy Eye's eyes dimmed, and she whispered. But the unsullied are very valuable. They can be sold if they are no longer useful. Ha! Don't worry, Whitebeard is joking. I said that my subordinates have no slaves. They will all become free people. Danny comforted the little girl and asked curiously, You don't want them to commit suicide. Is one of them your friend? Did she really have a relationship with Grey Worm? But she was only 10 years old. No, I don't. I don't have any unsullied friends, the little girl said with difficulty. Did your relatives also become unsullied? Cora asked in surprise. Yes. Miss Sandy Eye lowered her eyes and whispered, I have 3 brothers who have become unsullied knights. But you're only 10 years old. The unsullied training takes 10 years. Danny was puzzled. This lowly one was sold to Astapor with my brothers when I was 1 or 2 years old. Of the 5 brothers, only 2 completed the unsullied training. This lowly one had some talent in languages and became the benevolent Lord's secretary, Miss Sandy Eye said sadly. Danny leaned over and patted her little head sympathetically. She asked softly, Then do you still remember your hometown, Nass Island? When I was 3 years old, a brother described an island as beautiful as paradise to me. After he died, no one told me about it again. Now I only remember that there were many beautiful butterflies on Nass Island, Miss Sandy Eye murmured, her golden eyes filled with confusion and sorrow. Danny slapped the saddle and announced, Miss Sandy Eye, you and your brother are free. Tomorrow, in a few days, I will arrange for a ship to send you back to Nass Island, to your hometown. You can see for yourself how beautiful the butterflies there are, and see the paradise your brother once described. Unexpectedly, the girl did not cheer when she heard this. Instead, she looked terrified and said in a panic, This lowly one wants to stay, to serve you. You. Danny saw the fear in Miss Sandy Eye's eyes and could not say anything else. I will send you home, she decided in her heart, but did not say anything else. The girl had been trained by the slave master for so many years, and she had probably experienced many similar tests. This girl's experience is a little similar to mine. Danny sighed and said to Whitebeard and Cora, We were both born on an island and lost our parents when we were young. We were stranded in a foreign land and became slaves. You're not a slave. Whitebeard frowned. Ha! Danny glanced at Cora and laughed. Ask Sir Mormont if I was sold to the Horse King by Illyrio and Viserys. Mormont blushed and lowered his head in silence. In theory, Danny and Lys were really slaves. Illyrio had taken the lead, and Drogo had used the Iron Throne or 20,000 roaring warriors to buy a noble birth tool from Viserys. Tut, tut, tut. The sound of hurried horse hooves came from behind. The few of them turned around to look, only to find Yulin hurriedly whipping his horse to rush over. Nay, Yulin pulled on the reins, and the horse raised its front hooves and stopped by the side of the road, bringing up yellow dust that blurred everyone's vision. Your Majesty, we are already 4 or 5 miles out of the city. Why are you still not letting me go? Yulin shouted. I'm the one who finds it strange. Danny frowned and waved her hand to remove the dust from her mouth and nose. Why are you still following behind my team? Yulin was stunned for a moment before saying, I can leave, but where are my sailors? Didn't you promise that you would release them together? Your pirate crew is at the city gate. Didn't you see them? Whitebeard asked. No. Yulin was confused. I thought, hey, you went the wrong way. Cora laughed. We left from the main gate of Astapor, but your crew was at the gate near the dock. Yulin, Danny was also amused. You followed us for more than an hour, and now you realize? Damn old man, you are so bad. Yulin pointed at Whitebeard and scolded. This guy only said that my men were outside the city gate. Whitebeard stroked his long white beard and said helplessly, We took the land route and had to go north for thousands of miles to enter the Sea of Grass. Didn't your men take the sea route back to the Westeros? Of course they had to stay at the dock. You left Serenity behind? Yulun was surprised. You wish. The ship is mine. Grohl's 3 ships were cargo ships, but Yulun's ship was a warship. Dany still wanted to keep it to seize control of the sea, so why would she give it back to him? Then how do I go back to the Westeros? Swim back. Yulun sneered. Her Highness left 500 gold coins for you. You can let your sailors work for the ship. No matter what, it will be enough for you to go back to the 7 kingdoms without worrying about food and drink, Whitebeard said. Yulun looked deeply at Dany, then rode away. Dany looked around and said, It's about time. We will set up camp here today. When they left Astapor, there were fields on both sides of the road. They planted wheat, fruits, and olive trees. After walking for more than an hour, the road began to grow weeds, and the wheat fields disappeared. It was a wilderness. Whether or not the Unsullied were the strongest had yet to be verified, but their discipline and obedience were definitely the best in the world. Dany gave the order, and in just half an hour, they changed from a marching group of 5 to a square formation of 100 on the grassland. One had to know that the entire team was 3 kilometers long. Dany didn't need to shout at them one by one. She only needed to let the few dozen people in front understand her meaning, and the Unsullied would pass the order down. Because of this, Dany understood that even though they were all Unsullied, they still had a relatively complete military rank system. In stark contrast to the Unsullied, the nearly 1,000 centaur slaves had their shackles removed, but the slave collars still hung around their necks. Dany was prepared to use the centaurs, who weren't that servile yet, as an example. So she also had the centaur slaves form a 100 by 10 formation on the other side of the Unsullied. In the end, she saw a puddle of mud. The centaur line was like mud. Helpless, she could only have the centaurs hold hands and form a circle around the Unsullied army. In other words, more than 900 centaurs surrounded the Unsullied army. After another hour of tossing and turning, Dany had more than 200 centaurs scatter around to prevent any caravans from accidentally intruding into their camp. Yep, there were only about 60 dragon horses left. Later, Dany had Cora buy 100 more from Apasta. Basically, every male centaur was given a horse. The women and children rode on cheaper and more docile mules. Riding slowly in front of the Unsullied formation, Dany shouted at Kue Luo and the others, "Release the true dragon's chains." Hiss! The 3 young dragons that had been trapped for 3 to 4 days raised their heads and cried out. Then they kicked off with their legs and flapped their cotton-sized wings vigorously. With a whoosh of the wind, they leaped into the air. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The 3 young dragons the size of ponies circled above Dany's head. Under the noon sun, the shadows cast by them flickered on the faces of the Unsullied and the centaur slaves. The centaur slaves had expressions of fear and reverence. The granite faces of the Unsullied also changed to surprise, reverence, curiosity. Blackie, listen to my orders. Later, bring your brothers and breathe fire together. Dany told the black dragons in her mind to prepare the background music. The mother of dragons was about to make a dazzling appearance. Then, she picked up a metal horn from her saddle and shouted at the top of her lungs, "I am Dany Rise of the Stormborn, heir to the Targaryen dynasty, Khaleesi of the Great Plains, mother of dragons." Finally, after Mother of Dragons finished speaking, Blackie immediately opened his mouth and roared with all his might. Hiss! Then, with a boom, he spewed out a blood-red dragon flame that was 7 to 8 meters long. Hiss! Boom! The white and green dragons also roared and breathed fire. 3 brightly colored dragons and 3 billowing dragon flames seemed to form a flaming crown above Dany's head. Whether it was the Unsullied, the centaur slaves, or even Whitebeard and the others who had just joined the team, they were all shocked. After playing the special effects, Dany raised her hand, and the 3 dragons stopped roaring and spewing dragon flames. She shouted into the horn, "There will be no more slaves in my team. Now, I can cut off the slave collars on your necks, as long as you say I want freedom loudly." She deliberately said this sentence in Dothraki and Valeglia 4 times each. Yes, The square formation had 4 sides. Although she couldn't guarantee that everyone could hear her, at least 40% of them understood her words. Then, Danny's little silver horse came to a centaur slave and asked loudly, "Slave, do you want to continue being a slave, or do you want to become a free centaur again?" The middle-aged centaur was a little confused. "I'm just a simple centaur. I've never experienced this kind of trick before. Khaleesi, give me a hint." Danny didn't care. She raised the horn and shouted in the direction of the unsullied army. "Freedom must be fought for by yourself, even if it's the simplest sentence. Now, slave, continue being a slave. I'll send you back to Astapor. Shout, 'I want freedom,' join my Khalasar, and fight for the mother of dragons." The horn rumbled in the centaur's ears. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. But Khaleesi's hint was so obvious he definitely wouldn't want to go back to Astapor. "Then I'll do whatever she says. Anyway, I'm a slave. I have to listen to Master Khaleesi. I want freedom," he screamed with a twisted face. "You're free," Danny announced loudly. Clack! Aggo and Haggo untied the bronze collar on his neck. Chapter 101. With the first person taking the lead, the rest of the centaurs seemed to know what to do. Danny asked once, and they immediately shouted, "I want freedom." This formed a habit, and the centaurs at the back waited for Danny to ride past them. And without her asking, they would scramble to be the first to shout, "I want freedom." And then the Blood Alliance Guard and their Nyo-Lu would come forward to untie their slave collars. Danny started to wonder if those guys knew what she was yelling at them. But it didn't matter. The atmosphere was very lively, and it felt like a revolution was underway. Her slave liberation movement was off to a good start. After about 2 hours, Danny circled around the unsullied army, and with the help of 20 centaurs, more than 900 slaves regained their status as free people. She could clearly feel that the unsullied, who had been polished into emotionless rocks, now had a ripple in their hearts. Their expressions had changed. Danny nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of her hand, she signaled for the centaur warriors to lead the new centaurs away. She then shouted to the unsullied, "I have restored the freedom of the centaur slaves. At this moment, I declare that all 13,600 of you unsullied are now free citizens." Even if the unsullied had already guessed it, when they heard her words, they couldn't help but be at a loss. As Missandei had said, they only knew how to obey and were completely at a loss. Danny, of course, knew that a single sentence wouldn't be able to free them from their servitude, and today's big show wasn't to help the unsullied unlock the shackles in their hearts, but to set a glorious and great goal. In other words, soldiers only needed to obey their superiors, but the army needed souls and thoughts. For example, whether it was home or abroad, military discipline was emphasized, but different armies had different souls. America's was freedom above all else, and the great celestial empire was to serve the people. You are already free people. Danny rode her little silver horse through the ranks of the unsullied. You can freely choose to leave, you can return to your hometowns, and find your loved ones. This was bullshit. The unsullied started training at the age of 5. How many of them still remember their parents and hometowns? Except for Missandei, where a few brothers were coincidentally sold to Astapor and became slaves under the same benevolent master. Is there anyone who wants to leave? You're free. Danny came to the front of the formation, stood on the saddle, and raised the harpy's finger, letting everyone see the proof of ownership of the Immaculate Legion. Did you see that? These are the shackles on your body, the slave collar around your neck. Just like that, she stood on the horse and went back and forth in the ranks 10 times. All the eunuch soldiers saw her movements. In the end, Danny shouted with a hoarse voice, "Freedom can only be fought for by yourself. Now, as long as you shout freedom, I will help you remove the slave collar on your neck." The whole place was silent, except for the faint sound of waves coming from not far away. Danny walked forward for a while and repeated her words. The unsullied were like granite sculptures, seemingly unable to respond. Danny stood on the saddle, raised the harpy's finger, and passed through the ranks of the unsullied. She repeated it for the third time. Then, the fourth time, the fifth time, "Your Highness is wasting your energy. The Unsullied will never shout that word. They're destined to live under the whips of the slave masters for the rest of their lives." Cora sighed. Whitebeard smiled bitterly and murmured, "The children who resisted were killed by the slave masters long ago. The rest have completely lost their free will. Now I wonder if they can even think." Yes. Miss Sandy Eye's big golden eyes stared at the touch of silver in the gray, and her flat round face was full of determination. "My brothers still recognize me. I will secretly cry for their pain, and they will smile happily when they see me." When Danny endured the burning pain in her throat for the 58th time and shouted that sentence with a changed tone, an Unsullied on the left side of the little silver horse whispered, "I want freedom." Danny stamped her right foot, and the little silver horse obediently stopped. She looked at the Unsullied and said in a hoarse voice, "Your voice is not as loud as a woman's. I can't hear you." From. As if it was the first time he had learned the word, he said it with difficulty, but his voice was loud and clear. "I heard it, but I couldn't hear it clearly." Danny was still holding the harpy's finger high. Sweat slid down her cheeks, and her Dothraki vest was soaked. "Freedom, I want freedom," the Unsullied shouted. "You are free." Danny nodded and urged the little silver horse to continue forward, repeating that sentence for the 59th time. Then, scattered cries of "Freedom, I want freedom," rang out in the ranks. Danny smiled happily and shouted, "You are free." Then, she moved forward for a distance and repeated the previous sentence for the 60th time. This time, the Unsullied did not give her the chance to repeat it for the 61st time. Cries of "Freedom" rang out around her like a tsunami. Danny seemed to have come to a sea of sound, and she floated and sank in the water. "Freedom, freedom, 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 I want freedom." Miss Sandy Eye's face was full of tears. Like a small splash, she could not help but merge into the sea. "Crazy, they are all crazy. Let's go and protect Calixie." Cora's face suddenly changed and anxiously shouted to the Blood Brotherhood. "No need." Whitebeard stopped him and the centaur. Looking at the petite figure in the boiling crowd, he said with a complicated expression, "Her Highness is the safest right now. Even the gods can't hurt her." The terrifying sea of sound lasted for nearly 10 minutes. Danny's empty left hand kept pressing down. When the Unsullied calmed down again, she shouted, "All of you 13600 Unsullied, you are all free." Danny urged the little silver horse to quickly come to the front of the ranks and shouted, "Dracaries, Valeglia, Dragonflame. It's more stylish." As she spoke, she threw the whip high up in the air. Boom, 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 Big Black arrived just in time. Scorching dragon flame spewed out, and bits of golden liquid sprinkled on the grass. The Unsullied at the front of the ranks saw that the gorgeous harpy's finger was only left with a twisted and charred dragon bone. At this time, they strictly obeyed Danny's orders and did not shout "Freedom" again, but their eyes seemed to be even more scorching than the dragon flame. "You are free. You can leave now. You can stay. You can leave at any time in the future. You can stay." Danny waited for them to completely digest her promise before continuing. "You are warriors, and I don't shy away from admitting that I need the power of warriors. Now, warriors who stay, please elect a leader who can represent your will." The Unsullied who had shouted "Freedom" seemed to open their long-closed hearts and immediately began to whisper to each other. It was faster than Danny expected. In only 3 minutes, a dark-skinned Unsullied stepped out of the ranks and walked in front of the little silver horse. He put down the shield and spear in his hands, took off his helmet, and put it under the armpit of his right arm. He knelt down on one knee and respectfully said, "Mother of Dragons, I am the commander of the Unsullied army." Danny was surprised and relieved to find that he was the first person to respond to her, "I want freedom." She dismounted and walked in front of him. She helped him up and asked, "I know you. You're the first Unsullied to be free. Tell me, what is your name?" "Your Majesty, this lowly one is called Grey Worm," he said. "Very good. Miss Sandy Eye has appeared, and with Grey Worm, everyone is finally here." Freedmen can freely choose their own names. You can return to your original name. Do you still remember? She said. I remember. Grey Worm nodded and said, This lowly one's name was cursed when I was born, so I was forced to become a slave. Grey Worm is the name this lowly one drew when Stormborn Danny Lilith was liberated. It is very lucky, so I have decided to continue using it. Yes, you can choose any name for yourselves, but there is no need to call me Lowly One. You're no longer a slave. Yes, Your Majesty. She asked again, Why did everyone choose you as their leader? Not everyone. About 60% of them chose me. I have the greatest advantage. After a pause, he continued, In the Unsullied training camp, my performance was the best. Swordsmanship, endurance, courage, especially the art of battle formations. I have the experience of leading the Unsullied to set up formations. So that's how it is, Danny nodded and said to him, Call the other warriors who were recommended, but were not chosen. Grey Worm turned around and said a few words to the Unsullied in the first row, roughly conveying Danny's words. In just a few minutes, more than 30 Unsullied walked out one after another. The Unsullied army had a strictness that surpassed Danny's imagination. She began to believe that the Guji's army could really fight Valeglia head-on. The current Unsullied could be considered a monkey version of the Guji's army. It was said that the two empires had been fighting for several decades, and there had been a total of 5 large-scale battles. The first and second battles had been initiated by the Gujis. They wanted to conquer Valeglia and seize their dragons. The Unsullied's training method was simulated in the Guji's army. When they met Danny, those who were not chosen all took off their helmets like Grey Worm. Danny had those people stand in the front row of the Unsullied, while Grey Worm stood alone in the front row. Then, she stood in front of Grey Worm and said to all the Unsullied, I said that I need warriors. You're now free people. You can choose to go home or stay and fight for me. I am willing to fight for the Mother of Dragons until the last moment of my life, Grey Worm said with a resolute expression. I am willing to fight for the Mother of Dragons. All the Unsullied who heard Danny's words, whether it was the commanders or the ordinary warriors in the back, did not hesitate at all. Danny pressed down with both hands, calming them down, and said solemnly, You don't even know what I want. How can you fight for me? If I tell you to plunder cities and sell the free people of other cities to slave traders, will you be willing to fight for me? After a moment of hesitation, Grey Worm said seriously, I am willing. Although the others' reactions were not as enthusiastic as before, they still firmly promised, We are willing to do anything for the Mother of Dragons. I am grateful for your loyalty to me. Danny nodded and raised her right hand with a smile. I swear to all the gods in the world. I swear on the honor of all the ancestors of House Targaryen. Danny Liz Targaryen, born of the storm, will only use the power of the Unsullied for righteous causes. Righteous causes, things that benefit the majority of humans, do not include helping Targaryen fight for the Iron Throne. Chapter 102. Yuluin giggled as he raised a finger and said softly, My asking price isn't high. A longboat, a weapon that can control a giant dragon, only one boat. It's worth it. Even if you didn't say it, I can guess that the weapon is in that woman's hands. Dan clapped his hands in frustration. I didn't think we'd all underestimated her. She pretended not to speak Valyrian and hid her true wealth. Otherwise, with her desire for the Unsullied, we would have been able to trick her into giving up the weapon. Krazzini's face turned red and green. He gritted his teeth and said, Send a letter to Kaiyuan immediately. Tell them what can they do. Yulin interrupted him and sneered. That bitch is 13,000 Unsullied. Can Kaiyuan's slave soldiers stop her? There's no need for war. She can't afford to feed 15,000 people. If we force her to use, what is that weapon? Tell me. Seeing Yuluan's carefree attitude, Grazdin's eyes turned dangerous. He threatened, Remember your status. Don't force us to do what the benevolent lords are willing to do. If we're outside the city or on the sea, I'll definitely train you into an obedient slave. Even if I have to make you lick me, you'll gladly do it. If we're on the sea and my serenity is still here, I can easily cut off that thing between your legs and offer it to the god of storms. A vicious thought flashed through Yuluin's mind, but he still shook his head and said, "A longboat, I'll tell you everything. Similarly, my crew and I will have a place to stay. That's the basis of our cooperation. Just as the benevolent Lord said, once we're at sea, who knows if you'll keep your promise? Without a ship of my own, I won't explore Valeglia again." The 8 benevolent lords looked at each other and quickly came to a decision. Krazini stepped forward and promised a new Gith warship. There were 3 types of ships. The first type was like the Sidurian that Danny was on. They were flat-bottomed ships with large bellies. They could carry a lot of cargo and wouldn't capsize easily in a storm. Their weaknesses were as obvious as their strengths. They were too large and relied entirely on the wind to sail. They were slow and prone to collapse when there was no wind. The second type was warships. Most of them were long ships with long and narrow bodies. They were powered by both wind and oars. The collision angle of the ship's bow was specially reinforced. In a boarding battle, it could pierce into the enemy's hull like a blade. Not only would it injure the enemy's ship, it would also form a stable springboard. Armed longships were mainly used to seize control of the sea. Due to the high requirements for the wood used to build the ships, the capital ships were also extremely expensive. After the Battle of Red Cliffs, Cersei spent 1 million gold royals to rebuild the royal fleet and only managed to build a dozen or so armed longships. But the warships were small and couldn't carry too much cargo. Yuluon had robbed so many Eastern merchant ships, but Danny didn't find a single piece of silk or a jar of spices on the Serenity. Obviously, he threw away those cheap things. The third type was similar to the Summer Sun in the Blackbeard Gloria fleet. It had sails, oars, and a huge warehouse. Or merchant ships. They had a certain escorting ability, but their speed was relatively slow and their impact was weak. They couldn't gain control of the sea. The new Gith warship that Krazini promised was a standard armed warship. It was also the ship that Yuluon wanted the most. Oh, the new Gith armed clipper? Yuluon's interest was piqued. He leaned forward in his chair and asked curiously, "A new boat or an old one? How many oars?" 300 oars. More than 10 years of service, the slave owner said. 10 years. Yuluon frowned. It wasn't that the wooden ship couldn't be used for more than 10 years. The key was service, which meant that it had been fighting pirates and had been injured many times. Maybe after the new Gith Iron Legion was eliminated, it was sold to the Astapor people at a low price. Okay. He nodded slowly and said, "That's a dragon's horn." Woo, the low and desolate sound of the horn was like water ripples. The ripples swept across the garden at the top of the pyramid and the entire city of Astapor. Dragon's horn. Yuluon got up in shock and ran to the side of the half-meter-thick granite wall in a few strides. He only glanced outside the city gate, and his expression changed drastically. Damn it. You trash Gith people don't have any awareness of defense at all. 10,000 troops are at the city gate, and no one came to inform us. The Great Pyramid of Grazdan was only 1 pride square away from the city gate. It was more than 200 meters away. Standing at the top of the 100-meter-tall tower, one could clearly see the Unsullied outside the city with their swords drawn. Report. As soon as Yuluon's voice fell, a Gith guard in a yellow silk cloak panted as he climbed up the stairs and said with a sobbing tone, "Good Lord, it's not good. The Queen of the Westeros has led the Unsullied to attack us." What? The good Lord, who was still in shock, was shocked. He said in disbelief, "Is she crazy? Why would she do this?" Krasny stumbled down from the high-back wooden chair, and the gorgeous toka robe on his body immediately slipped off his shoulders. He only took one look below before he collapsed to the ground like mud. "This is impossible, this." He muttered to himself. "Yesterday, she gave each of us a precious dragonbone scepter. Why would she attack Astapor?" Yuluon's heart skipped a beat. He asked anxiously, "When did she give the gift?" "Before she left." "Bullshit, you fools. That's a guest's gift. It means the end of the guest's relationship with her. Yu Luan was flustered and exasperated. How could they not notice such an obvious hint? You greedy slave masters had almost squeezed every gold royal out of her. Only a fool would give a gift to show her gratitude. She didn't attack us immediately. Grazadin suddenly woke up and grabbed the guard's collar as if he was holding on to a life-saving straw. He roared at him like he was possessed by a horse. Is she trying to extort money for her journey home? No. The gift guard's black and red hair was in a mess. He cried and wailed, "It's over. We're all over. She doesn't want a single copper coin. She's only here to kill all the slave masters." As he spoke, he held up a roll of parchment. The slave master took it and looked at it. The text was written in Valeglia, and the title was The Seven Great Hatred. Grazadin could barely understand the first few: hatred for slavery, cruelty, betrayal, and violation of the teachings of the gods. But at the end, what the hell was hindering the development of civilization and hindering the harmony of society? Yulin also came over to take a look. He did not understand the meaning of development of civilization and harmony of society. He rubbed his nose and guessed. The Targaryens converted to the Church of the Seven Gods 300 years ago. That bitch probably also believes in the seven gods. To the followers of the seven gods, 7 is the most auspicious number. That's why she made up 7 sins. Hiss, hiss, suddenly, the benevolent masters felt a darkness above their heads. Bam! There was a muffled sound, and snowflakes fell from the sky. Dragon, it's her dragon. Yu Luan looked up and saw the black dragon hovering more than 50 meters above their heads. There were also small, white pieces of paper falling from the sky. Let's hurry into the pyramid. Yu Luan's scabbed face seemed to be burning. He quickly ran down the stone stairs. The 8 benevolent masters did not react as quickly as he did. Moreover, this was the first time they had seen a true dragon. They could not help but look up at the sky in a daze. Dany, on the other hand, was in her dragon dream state. Other than distributing leaflets on top of the pyramid, she also wanted to gather information on the enemy. After all, other than the Immaculate Ones, there were thousands of city guards in Apasta. The benevolent masters also kept some slave soldiers. Seeing that the 8 benevolent masters were having fun with Yu Luan in the garden at the top of the pyramid without a single crossbowman beside them, Blackie immediately dove down from the sky. Boom! The raging dragon flames set 3 benevolent masters and the 6 servants behind them ablaze. As if they had just woken up from a dream, the remaining 5 benevolent masters rolled and crawled, crying as they ran toward the tunnel. His boom! This time, Blackie had locked onto its target. It whizzed past Grazadin's head, leaving behind a 7-meter-long pillar of fire. Grazadin's eyes and nose melted in the scarlet dragon flames like a candle in the heat. Hiss! Blackie circled around and saw Krosny and the other 2 benevolent masters escape into the tunnel. It roared indignantly and flew toward the next pyramid. There were 18 pyramids in the city. Above each pyramid were 500 proclamations called the Declaration of Freedom. I am the mother of dragons, the abomination of slavery, the mother of freedom. In the name of the 13,000 Immaculate Ones and the 3 Megalosaurus, I declare that you are free. Pick up your swords and kill the slave masters beside you. Remember, freedom can only be fought for by yourself. Even if you shout, "I want freedom," long live freedom. Other than the pyramids, Dany did not distribute leaflets anywhere else. The Immaculate Ones could easily take down a city, but each pyramid was a fortress in itself. There were pitifully few slaves who could read. Probably not many of them could understand the leaflets they picked up, but the slave masters would definitely be able to. The leaflets were actually prepared for the gift. They would pass on Dany's message to the slaves. For example, they would add heavier chains to the slave warriors. For example, they would whip the slaves to prevent them from rebelling. The slaves were humans. They knew how to read their master's expressions. They knew how to judge their emotions from their expressions. Those who did not know would have been hung on the wooden platform in the center of the punishment square. Every time the slaves felt the fear in their masters' hearts increase, the fear in their own hearts would decrease. Eventually, the fear would disappear, and they would begin to muster up their courage. Dany divided her troops into 3 groups. They guarded the main gate in the north, the east gate near the Worm River, and the dock area in the west. On the northern city wall, a Gith wearing a bronze helmet suddenly appeared. Using the shield as a shield, he shouted at the motionless army below with a metal trumpet. "Immaculate ones, protect your master, protect your city, and kill that Westeros bitch who betrayed your oath." The 5,000 Immaculate ones were motionless like stone statues. Only the white flag with a black dragon on a white background fluttered in the sea breeze. Chapter 103. The one who was encouraging the Unsullied to rebel was Dany's old friend, Krasny. He wasn't the #1 slave master in Astapor, so the Black Dragon didn't treat him as the first target. After coming down from the pyramid, the first thing he did was to bring the 8 old harpies' fingers to the tower above the city gate. He hid behind a shield and raised the Dragonbone whip and shouted. Once, the 8 good masters used their respective ancestral harpies' fingers to control the Unsullied for decades. Each whip represented the supreme authority of the good masters over the slaves. Countless slaves gave their unconditional loyalty under that whip. But now, tap, tap, tap. Apart from the fluttering of the military flag, there was the crisp sound of horse hooves. The center of the Unsullied's formation silently opened up a path on both sides. Dany rode her little silver horse slowly to the front of the army. About 30 meters away from the city gate, Whitebeard and Missandei followed behind her. The brawny Beavos held a wooden shield that was 2 meters tall and 1.4 meters wide in front of the little silver horse. Today, Dany still wore her Dothraki braid with 3 bells tied to the braid. Well, Jichi and Eerie agreed that she had conquered 13,600 Unsullied yesterday afternoon. Perhaps, after today, she would add another one. However, she didn't wear a painted vest. Instead, she wore a set of dazzling armor. A 2-handed greatsword with 7 colored gems in its scabbard hung at her waist. The carving was complicated with porcelain scales. A 3-headed dragon was carved on her chest. The white dragon and green dragon on the left and right, and the black dragon in the middle. The 3 dragons shared a blood-red body. A pure white cloak hung over her shoulders. The cloak was like the flag of the Unsullied, with a pattern of a megalosaurus spreading its wings in black dotted lines. The cloak was very long. It hung down from her back and covered the little silver horse's hips. The 3-headed dragon armor and the jeweled greatsword were gifts from the Quarles Blacksmith Guild. Well, when Dany opened the Megalosaurus Zoo, the weavers gave her all kinds of silk and satin and sewed her a cheongsam. The armor looked gorgeous, but it wasn't very practical. It wasn't even a full-body armor. It didn't have a mask, throat armor, gauntlets, skirt armor, leg armor, knee pads, or iron boots. It was full of holes in battle. However, it was still acceptable to wear it on this occasion. There was a bit of heroism in its beauty, and it had a valiant temperament. Krasny, save your strength. Dany smiled at the slave master who was still shouting and waving his whip. She pulled out the greatsword at her waist and pointed at the city gate tower and its gate and shouted, "Soldiers, tell the slave master, who are you? Warriors of freedom under the white flag." 5,000 people shouted in unison. Their voices were loud and clear, like a tidal wave that swept through this old and dilapidated city. "Freedom!" Dany raised her sword and shouted. "Freedom! Freedom!" Boom, 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 boom. "Freedom! Freedom!" The Unsullied rhythmically hit the ground with the spear in her hand. Every time she hit the ground 3 times, she shouted freedom twice. More than half of Astapor City heard it. Krasny's face was ashen. His eyes were full of despair and disbelief. It was clearly agreed that the Unsullied would not be tempted by anything. Money, women, freedom, and all kinds of worldly goods and spiritual desires. Was that bitch possessed by the 7 gods? The good masters had trained them for more than 10 years. They should have wiped out the slaves long ago. "Woman, what do you want?" Krasny shouted behind the wall. "I want the slave master to be punished. I want Astapor to have no more slaves." "Impossible. This is Slaver's Bay, Slaver's Bay, Slaver's Bay. The slavery system has existed since the Harpies created the Gith people. Valeglia's Dragon King needs slaves. Free cities need slaves. Great maritime trade needs slaves. As long as humans exist, slaves are indispensable." The slave master seemed to be announcing a universal truth. His voice was hoarse and righteous. "Haha, it's not up to you. Freedom needs blood and fire to fight for. We have this awareness. What about you?" Danny scorned. "Did you hear that?" She pointed to the place where the smoke rose. "Your slave kingdom is wailing. It's about to die. My army doesn't even have to do it." Danny's leaflet gave the slave master fear and gave the slaves hope and courage. The Unsullied's cry of freedom was like a torch lighting a fuse. Finally, someone cut off the shackles in their heart and began to resist. With the black dragon in the sky acting as a reconnaissance plane, Danny could see the situation in the city like the lines on the palm of her hand. "You are treacherous." Krasny looked at the slave warrior who held the shield for him with some fear. His fat cheeks were extremely distorted and his voice changed. "How can I be treacherous?" Danny laughed. "We agreed that you would plunder the small city and then sell the slaves to us." Krasny roared towards the outside of the city, then turned back, took a few steps back, waved to the Gith guards not far away, pointed to his slave and said, "There's something wrong with his eyes. Take him down." The slave warrior plopped down on the stone wall, his face red. He opened his mouth several times to argue, but he couldn't say a word, because just now he had two very inappropriate thoughts. Should I kick this damn fatty off the city wall? Or, the mother of dragons, quickly let the Megalosaurus come over to kill these Gith people. At that time, I will not stop it. It's over. Just like countless years before, countless times, the shrewd master saw through my inner thoughts. He thought desperately, "Stand up, those who don't want to be slaves." Danny shouted at the right time. If possible, she would like to let the 5,000 Unsullied sing a chorus of La Marseillaise. Well, the lyrics must be changed. Can't resist the tyranny of Her Majesty the Queen. I'll fight with you. The slave warrior suddenly woke up from his stupor, as if he was blessed by the mother of dragons. The bronze shield in front of him, regardless, buried his head to the slave owner. Krasny retreated and shouted in horror, "The slave soldiers are rebelling. Kill them." Danny held her forehead and was worried about his IQ. When the Gith guards caught the rioting slave, the rest of the slaves had retreated far away. But at this moment, when they heard the slave owners shout, their faces immediately changed wildly. They looked at each other, and no one knew who started, but they shouted, "Long live the mother of dragons." Almost all the slave soldiers rioted. The slogan, "Long live the mother of dragons," was connected with shouts and wails on the wall. "Your Highness, you can attack now," Whitebeard said. "To be honest, I was going to besiege the city for 2 days." Danny smiled bitterly at the old man. At least they would cut down trees and build a batch of siege weapons. She gave the black dragon an order in her heart, and Dahe fell straight down, drawing a beautiful arc in the sky above the city gate. Boom! Several Gith people braved the raging flames and jumped down from the 10-meter-high tower, howling, and the wooden pavilion also billowed with smoke. "Dragon, true dragon! Long live the mother dragons!" The slaves cheered, and the Gith guards' morale plummeted. Some soldiers even threw away their weapons and ran in the direction of the pyramid. Seeing that the arrows of the Gith people were as few as the hair on a bald head, and the bowstrings were as weak as noodles soaked in water, Danny directly let Dahe land in front of the gate outside the city, and several Megalosaurus guards held up their shields to protect his head. Boom! The dragon flame with faint smoke roasted the iron plate on the edge of the gate red, and thick black smoke rose from the door panel. The exclamation of the Gith people sounded in the gate hole. Dahe's mouth was like a welding torch, and the hot column of fire burned through the thick wooden door in 10 seconds. Click! The thick hardwood bolt behind the gate was burned, and the gate creaked open to both sides. The gate is open. Let's go. Grey Worm raised his spear and was the first to rush to the gate. The Unsullied poured into the ancient city of Astapor like a flood. Dahe jumped up and flew into the sky again. Long live the mother of dragons, kill. Through the eyes of the black dragon, Danny saw that the Unsullied and the rebellious slaves were like a gray tide, gradually drowning the ancient red city. On the city wall, on the streets, and in the square where the Unsullied had been trained, men and women in toga robes could be seen being killed one by one, and the blood once again soaked the land that had swallowed countless souls. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. The blood of the slave traders and their families washed away the resentment of the undead who lingered in the slave city and refused to leave. They were freed from the wails of their enemies. However, the cause and effect of this debt of blood did not end today. The ghosts of the Astapor people replaced the position of the evil slaves. They wandered in the streets, in the square, and in the pyramids and refused to leave. Only the blood of the woman and her dragon could wash away the resentment of the dead. But Danny had already realized that today was only the first step. Her song of blood and fire had just played the prelude. Your Highness, I didn't expect you to be so bold. We destroyed the birthplace of the Unsullied. Whitebeard was filled with emotion. You are the first person who dares to use such cruel means to say no to slavery. But what about the Westeros? You swore that you would only use the power of the Unsullied to do righteous things. Obviously, you don't intend to rely on them to seize the Iron Throne, although I think your return to the Iron Throne is the most righteous thing in itself. I can't go back to the Westeros. Smelling the thick smell of blood and smoke from the city, Danny sighed. This is just the beginning. Once it starts, it can't be stopped. Cayuan, Meereen, and New Gith are the first wave. Volantis and Queers are the second wave. The entire trading city-state that relies on the slave trade to keep the city running is the third wave. They will come in no particular order and even form an alliance. Aston, I don't want to destroy Apasta or kill the benevolent lords. My ultimate goal is to completely end slavery. Today, I can give the people of the city freedom. But as soon as I leave tomorrow, a new batch of benevolent lords will emerge from the ground faster than bamboo shoots in the spring rain. Then what about the Westeros? The old man knew that she was right, but the Westeros were his homeland. He missed his homeland and could not bear to see the country he loved being trampled on by a few rascals. You said that this year is the Summer of Ghosts? Danny asked. Yes. I received a warning from the scholars of the City of Knowledge that winter is coming, the old man said. The summer of 2011 has passed. This year is the Summer of Ghosts, next to autumn, and the year after that, there will be at least 4 years of winter. So, do you understand? If I really bring 13,000 Unsullied back to the Westeros, what I bring to the people of the Seven Kingdoms will not be peace and prosperity, but a winter comparable to the long night. Looking at the old man's shocked face, she slowly said, Man-made disasters are greater than natural disasters, and war is the greatest man-made disaster. Your Majesty, you have the wisdom and courage of a king, but also the benevolence of king. You are the child of the prophecy, the reincarnation of Yasuo Ahai, the natural queen. At this moment, the old man's eyes were shining with Danny. Throughout his life, how many kings had he met? But it was only today that he met a wise king. Danny's mouth twitched a few times. Under the old man's burning gaze, she forced a smile and said, The city is in my hands. Let's go in. For years of winter? Dream on. The long night is coming. Am I going to the Westeros to feed the other ghosts? Chapter 104. Before departure, Danny had told the Unsullied that only 3 kinds of people could be killed. Those older than 12 years old, those wearing toga robes, anyone who attacked the Unsullied, strong women, and slaves who slaughtered children. Most of the Gith who could wear toga robes were related to the slave trade. Ordinary Gith, even free people who were qualified to wear toga robes, would only wear those restrictive clothes on important days. After all, they had to work and support their families on weekdays. If someone dared to attack the Unsullied, even a child could be killed on the spot. Danny did not forget that the 9-year-old bitch killed a 3-meter-tall giant bear with a short sword in a one-on-one fight. This was a different world, not Earth. Even on Earth, there were children who were familiar with AK-47, not primary school students who loved to eat chicken. When Danny entered the city, the Unsullied guarding the East Gate also followed her into the city. Later, she met Yura and Captain Grohl in Pride Square. Yura led 3,000 Unsullied to attack the East Gate, while Grohl and 600 Unsullied and hundreds of sailors drove 4 ships to block the dock area. Well, Blackbeard could do this mainly because of the help of dragons. The first wave of attack was launched from the sea. Big Black, Little White, and Little Green attacked the harbor dock. All the ships parked at the dock, regardless of whether they belonged to slave owners or merchants who came to do business. The 3 dragons directly burned the sails and ropes on the masts. After that, the White Dragon and the Green Dragon also hovered above the sea as a deterrent. Your Highness, except for the pyramid, the entire city of Astapor has been occupied by us. Grey Worm and Yura reported to Danny. What are the casualties of the enemy in our side? Danny asked. More than 30 Unsullied were injured, but none died. More than 2,000 slaves died, and more than 6,000 Gith died. These are not the final figures. We still don't know the situation inside the pyramid. Cora said, the Gith's combat power is so low. Danny frowned. Only 500 Gith guards. The rest are ordinary people without weapons. In addition to the slave traders wearing toga robes, many women and children also, sighing helplessly, Cora said in a low voice. The slaves in the city are almost out of control, and many ordinary people of Guise have been exterminated. Of the 2,000 slaves, no more than 500 died in a frontal battle. As for the rest, the Unsullied killed more than half, and a small half died in the homes of the Guise people. We have tried our best, Your Highness. Whitebeard saw that Danny's expression was not good, so he comforted her. Cora nodded and said, Aston is right. 15 years ago, Tywin dealt 10 times more damage to King's Landing than now. I understand, Danny said, and began to arrange the aftermath of the battle. Grey Worm, Unsullied performed very well. Thank you for your compliment. A hint of joy appeared on Grey Worm's granite-like face. Next, bring all the slaves who participated in the battle to the punishment square. After that, your team will be split into 2. Excluding those who are injured, the 3,000 will be divided into groups of 50 to patrol the streets. The other 2,000 will clean up the corpses of the dead. Bring the bodies of the slaves here, and I will hold a mass cremation for them. The bodies of the Guise people are piled up in Pride Square. Allow their families to come and claim them and bury them with Guise customs, but they must be registered. As you command. Grey Worm accepted the order and left. Danny turned around and said to Cora, Your 3,000 Unsullied continue to surround the pyramid. There is no need to attack. As you command. Grohl, you continue to command 600 Unsullied. First, go to the docks and find out which ships belong to the slave owners and which belong to the merchants who came to Astapor to trade. After that, the goods of those merchants must also be classified. Ordinary goods, luxury goods, slaves. This, Blackbeard Grohl hesitated. It's a bit against the rules to inspect the goods of merchants. Astapor is an open dock, and there is no smuggling or tax evasion. I don't allow ships to take slaves out to sea. Do you understand? Danny said seriously. Then there's no need to check the goods in detail. The old seaman was puzzled. Did my dragon burn their ships? Danny asked. All the ships in the dock area have their sails and ropes burned. Grohl nodded. That's incredible. Danny shrugged and said matter-of-factly, How can I compensate them if I don't check the type of goods? Oh, you still have to compensate the innocent merchants for their losses. Grohl suddenly understood and looked at Danny with more respect. After arranging everything, Danny turned around and looked at the pyramid that belonged to the Grazidin family behind her. Her eyes were firm as she said, "We must take down this pyramid within 2 days." The pyramid was not only the residence of the good Lord, but also the warehouse of supplies. 80% of the food in the city was hidden in the pyramid. As soon as he finished speaking, an old white man in a long robe walked out of the entrance of the first floor of the pyramid. "Don't kill me. I'm not a guise, I'm also a slave." The old man in the white robe raised his hands and shouted. He said it twice in the common language and the High Valeglia language. The Unsullied outside the entrance of the stairs made a path for Danny to pass by on her little silver horse. "Who do you represent?" Danny stopped 7 or 8 meters in front of the old man and asked in Valeglia. The old man knelt down and kowtowed, saying, "I'm Ethan, a scholar. I used to serve the good Lord, but now I represent Sir Cleon to negotiate with the Mother of Dragons." "Rise, Ethan." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The old man stood up. His movements were smooth and elegant. Even his kneeling was so elegant. It seemed that he was a learned man. Danny asked curiously, "Cleon is Grazidin's son?" "No. Cleon is the #1 butcher in Apasta. He used to serve the good Lord." Old Ethan said, "Kill. Butcher?" Danny's jaw almost dropped. Cora, who was wearing a mighty knight's armor, stepped forward and said coldly, "Since Cleon is also a slave, why does he dare to negotiate with the Mother of Dragons who freed the slaves? Are we talking about whether to continue being a slave?" "No, no." The old man's breath stagnated, and he said evasively, "Sir Cleon just wants to know what reward he can get for taking down the good Lord's pyramid. It's fine if there's no reward, but although he is also a slave, he has the blood of Gith. His wife and 3 daughters are also Gith, so..." Danny pointed to an amber-skinned warrior in the Unsullied line and said, "See, he's also a Gith. I'm against slavery, not Gith." "Oh." The old man nodded and continued to look at Danny. "What else?" "I guarantee the safety of Cleon's family," Danny said. "Is there really no reward?" The old man asked pitifully. "Danny, to be honest, if he really controls this pyramid, there's nothing wrong with asking for a reward, but I don't know what to reward him with. Let him come down and talk to me. No matter what, I won't hurt him." She touched her nose helplessly. "Okay." Ethan nodded and walked back to the Great Pyramid. "Cleon is a speculator," Cora whispered to Danny, with unconcealable disgust in his tone. "Maybe he's a pillar of strength," Danny said. In just a few words, the Unsullied under Grey Worm had brought the rebel slaves scattered across the city. There were men and women, but both men and women were young. They were still wearing leather or bronze slave collars, and many of them had chains tied to their feet. Under the scorching afternoon sun, their tattered linen clothes were soaked with sweat, and they looked very miserable. However, when they saw Danny on the little silver horse from afar, they were still excited, shouting, "Mother of Dragons! Long live the Mother of Dragons!" and a few Misha mixed in. Danny smiled and waved at them, shouting with a tin horn, "Wait a minute! Wait for everyone to arrive. Mother of Dragons! Long live the Mother of Dragons!" Hearing Danny's response, even if many people did not hear what she said at all, they still became high-spirited and cheered loudly. "Your Highness, they're out," Cora came over and said. Danny looked back and saw a group of slaves lining up and coming out of the bottom passage of the pyramid. Unlike the rebel slaves, they had slave collars around their necks, but there were no shackles on their feet. Some of them had big shoulders, round waists, and strong bodies. Some of them wore exquisite clothes, and their skin was well maintained. There was also a group of young boys and girls in silk who wore makeup and could smell perfume from afar. Among the group of servants dressed as maids, some of them looked familiar to Danny. They should have served her before. The last to come out was a rough man with black and red hair. His skin was dark, and he did not look like a pure Gith. He was 7 meters tall, 7 meters in circumference, and his arms were thicker than Danny's waist. He had a fierce face, a flat nose, and a tuft of stiff black hair sticking out of his thick nostrils. However, his small eyes were bright and gave off a shrewd vibe. Danny glanced at the rows of slaves standing in front of the pyramid and was shocked to find that there were almost 2,000 of them. More than 2,000 slaves serving Grazadin's family was too extravagant. When the butcher saw Danny in her gorgeous knight's half-body armor, his eyes flashed with undisguised amazement. He hurried up to her and knelt on one knee in the clumsy knight etiquette of the Seven Kingdoms. "Your humble servant Clan greets your majesty. You're more beautiful than the moon in the sky, and more valiant than Nymeria." "You know Nymeria too?" Danny asked curiously. About 2,000 years ago, Prince Jaren of Loina led an army of 250,000 soldiers south to attack Valeglia's free fortress city-state. He even used a water-type forbidden spell to flood a city, drowning hundreds of thousands of people. Valeglia's Dragon King was enraged. He formed a super army of 300 megalosaurus and almost burned the Rhone River dry. The army of 250,000 was scattered, and Jaren himself met a tragic end. The army of 250,000 was made up of dozens of Loina vassals, and one of them was a queen named Nymeria. Loina didn't have a unified country, but rather a loose city-state like ancient Greece, where the lord of the city-state could call himself a king. During Valeglia's destruction of the Loina people, Nymeria played the role of Moses, leading hundreds of thousands of her people through many places before finally crossing west to Dornhill in the south of the Westeros. Hence, the full title of the king of Westeros was King of the Ancestors, Undulls, and Loina. Nymeria was considered the most legendary heroine of the Seven Kingdoms, a female prince. For example, Arya Stark's direwolf was called Nymeria. All right, this wasn't a good example. Danny had just been praised by the butcher as Nymeria. Of course, with the butcher's knowledge, he shouldn't know about the customs of the Westeros. "In front of your majesty, this lowly one dares not lie. In order not to be disrespectful in front of your majesty, this lowly one has specially asked a scholar about the customs of the Seven Kingdoms," the butcher said without a hint of fear. You're an honest man." Danny nodded. The honest butcher took advantage of the situation and immediately said dishonestly, "This lowly one only has two strengths, honesty and bravery." Chapter 105. You were the first to revolt in the pyramid? Danny asked the honest Klein. Klein took out a piece of parchment from his waist and smiled fawningly. "I picked this up. You can read? I was a slave since I was young. I can't read, but I can read. I'm willing to say and do anything with a knife on my neck." As he spoke, he pointed at the group of burly slaves behind him and said, "Through the window, I saw the army and your dragon outside the city. So I joined the kitchen staff to answer the call of the Mother of Dragons and used a kitchen knife and a butcher's knife to cut down the guards of Lord Grazdan's house." Danny nodded and asked, "I will announce that all slaves are free and reward those who have made great contributions in the uprising. Since you were the first to ask for a reward, then I'll reward you first. Tell me what you want. Don't worry. You're now a free person and have the freedom to express your inner thoughts." "Can I really?" Klein's eyes lit up as he asked eagerly. "Of course." After a moment of silence, the butcher said, "Her Majesty will probably head north next and liberate Cayuan and Meereen, right? You want to return to the Westeros?" "It's very likely." The Porkman's eyes lit up. "I'm willing to pledge my loyalty to Queen Danny Rise, just like the dukes of the Seven Kingdoms of the Westeros, and help you govern a region. In other words, you want Astapor?" This request seemed rebellious, but it was actually more in line with the national conditions of this world, especially the customs of the Westeros. The territory directly ruled by the Targaryen family was the smallest among the Seven Kingdoms. In terms of wealth, it was not as rich as Riverbend, Riverborder, or Arryn Valley. The Seven Dukes, including Duke Greyjoy of the Iron Islands, had a high degree of autonomy in their respective territories. For example, there were often dukes who led the small nobles in their territories to rebel against the king. Under normal circumstances, the small nobles and the people in their territories were far more loyal to their dukes than to the king on the Iron Throne, unless the king had a fire-breathing dragon. In this world where feudalism was popular, if Dany really left Astapor and Slave Bay, she would most likely leave behind a few dukes or kings in these slave states. Therefore, even though Whitebeard and Cora had ugly expressions, they did not scold Clegane loudly. "Clegane, it's good that you're motivated." Dany first encouraged him, then said, "But you should understand that below the Duke, there are marquises, counts, knights, equivalent to barons, knights, and freemen." After a pause, Dany waited for the butcher to digest the hidden meaning in her words. She smiled and continued, "If you want to reach the top of the pyramid, you have to climb the stairs one step at a time. Of course, it's also possible to directly descend to the top garden. For example, I have a dragon. Riding a dragon, I can ignore all obstacles on the ground." Cleon's expression was a little ugly. He asked stiffly, "I can only become a knight?" Whitebeard's expression was even uglier. He snorted coldly and advised Dany, "The Knights of Westeros represent not only identity, but also noble character. Your Highness, you have to be careful." Cleon squinted at the old man, unconsciously with a trace of murderous intent. Not to mention the experienced Whitebeard and Cora, even the novice Dany noticed it. This pork man was a ruthless character. "Cleon, don't blame Aston for being too straightforward. I can announce that as the first slave to revolt in the pyramid, you have noble character and are worthy of being a knight. But a knight also needs knightly skills and the ability to ride a horse while wearing iron armor. Well, you've made outstanding contributions to the Great Pyramid. I'll grant you the status of a knight, half a level higher than a knight. Are you willing to accept?" Cleon's stiff face showed a smile, and he shouted, "Knight Cleon is willing." In a way, Cleon's initiative to ask for a knight's title also helped Dany a lot. That was to break the existing political structure of Astapor and establish a new Westeros political structure with Queen Dany as the core. To put it simply, Clegane had unintentionally helped Dany to complete a reform. The reason why it was a new Westeros enfeoffment system. Obviously, someone must have mixed too many private goods from the Great Celestial Empire into it. Later, Dany took Cleon to the wooden platform in the center of the punishment square. The slaves' bodies hanging there were still not taken off. Under the white sun, green-headed flies and fat white maggots were drilling between the rotten flesh. The slaves who were not dead were still twitching unconsciously, and a rotten smell with the smell of sin filled the air. Dany endured the nausea and tried to put on a calm expression. She shouted to the slaves and servants gathered around the wooden platform. "Did you see it? This is a slave. Their fate is not in their own control. They have no self-respect and the right to progress. What we want to end is this world that should not exist in the human world." In this slave uprising, Butcher Cleon was the first to respond to my call. His heart, which still longed for freedom, made him make the natural choice to abolish slavery. He set an example for slaves all over the world who were still shackled physically and spiritually. Not only did he liberate his own soul, but he also liberated the Great Pyramid. Under his leadership, 2,000 slaves overthrew the rule of the first slave owner family in Astapor. For this, when he asked me for a title, I agreed. Now, in front of everyone, Knight Cleon will be the first man from a slave to a noble in a day. Dany looked around. More than 10,000 slaves were silent. They all looked at the butcher who waved excitedly to the crowd with complicated eyes. "Cleon, do you know the etiquette of knighthood?" she asked in a low voice. "I know a little." "Okay." Dany straightened her face and shouted, "Cleon!" The butcher was stunned for a moment before he knelt in front of her with excitement. "I am willing to pledge my loyalty to Queen Dany Liz." Shing! Dany pulled out the long sword at her waist and put the tip of the sword on Cleon's shoulder. She asked, "Are you willing to fight for the liberation of the slaves for the rest of your life?" This oath is a little different from what the scholar told me. Cleon was stunned for a few moments before he felt some pain in his neck. He suddenly woke up. When he saw Queen Dany's impatient eyes, he immediately shouted, "I am willing." Danny moved the blade on his neck to the side and smiled. "Are you willing to be the vanguard of the slave liberation movement?" "I am willing." "Fuck, my neck is bleeding? It hurts." So, this is the purpose of the sword on the shoulder of the Westeros nobles when they take an oath. "Are you willing to be the representative of the slave rebellion?" Danny asked again. "I am willing." "Very good. I understand your determination, knight." Danny moved the blood-stained sword to her shoulder and announced solemnly, "I now bestow upon you the title of Knight Shackle. You may also choose Shackle as your surname. Use your butcher's knife to cut off the slave shackles below the harpy's claws. My knight Shackle Cleon." The Gith people were known as the Sons of the Harpies, and the symbol of Astapor was a harpy holding the shackles in her claws. As for the surname, the Cleon family had been slaves for several generations and did not have a surname at all. Using a title as a surname was part of Danny's plan. "I, Cleon Shackle, swear in the name of Knight Shackle that I will use my life to protect my oath." Cleon was so happy that his big fat mouth cracked open. To be honest, although he asked Danny for the position of Duke of Astapor, he did not have high expectations in his heart. After all, the person who ruled Astapor now was Queen Danny, who had the Unsullied and the dragons. Cayuan and Meereen were still nowhere to be seen. What he wanted the most was to be superior. As the only knight among the slaves, he thought that his status was only second to Queen Danny and above everyone else. He achieved his goal and was very happy and satisfied for the time being. Cheers for Knight Shackle. Danny sheathed her sword and led the applause. "Long live Queen Danny. Long live the Mother of Dragons. Knight Shackle, Knight Shackle." Chaotic cheers, clapping, stomping, and the sound of chains clashing could be heard from below. After a while, Danny pointed at the bodies nailed to the cross and said to Cleon, "Knight Shackle Shackle, cut off their shackles for me." "As you command." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the hot-blooded Night Butcher pulled out his butcher knife and swiftly cut off the ropes and nails tied to the slaves' wrists, ankles, and necks. His skillful cutting skills were quite similar to Ling Lingchi's. As expected of the #1 butcher in Astapor, Danny knelt on one knee and personally untied the necklaces on the slaves' necks. Every time she untied a necklace, she would raise it above her head for all the slaves to see and throw it to the ground. She said loudly, "I declare that you are free and will return to the kingdom of the gods as free people." There were more than 10 corpses in a row. Her white hands were stained with dirty blood, minced meat, and a few fat maggots. Mother of dragons, Misha, Misha, Misha." The slaves below were so excited that tears filled their eyes. Slowly, the Mother of Dragons became Misha. Yes, Misha meant mother in the Gaskali language of the Gwiski's empire. Danny, who originally wanted to put on a show, was also moved by the enthusiastic atmosphere. "Sigh, I can't just think about ruling the world and establishing an immortal golden family. I should bring something better to this world. Abolishing slavery is one of my goals." At this moment, Danny's resolve sublimated into a firm belief. She patted the shoulder of the newly promoted Night Butcher and ordered, "Night Butcher, I will now give you an honorable mission. Lead your original chef subordinates and go to the pyramids to recruit rebels. You don't have to go personally. You can recruit 100 night guards." Tilting his head and looking at the blood and dirt on his shoulder, Night Butcher's mouth twitched a few times. His body was stiff as he said, "Yes. Night Butcher, you have to understand that the title of Night Butcher will be promoted by merit," Danny said meaningfully. The meaning in her words was too obvious. Night Butcher's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "I promise to complete the mission." After handing over the dirty work to the ambitious Knight Shackle, Danny continued her glamorous performance. She first gave a sincere speech, mainly expressing her heartfelt hatred for slavery and her deep sympathy for the slaves. Then, just like how she treated the centaur slaves and the Unsullied, if they wanted to get rid of their slave status, they had to fight for it themselves. Yes, the slaves who participated in the riot were separated from the other Astapos by the unsullied guards. The slaves who rebelled on the battlefield had already paid the price in blood. Danny walked past them one by one, and the unsullied unlocked their chains and slave collars. She announced loudly, "You used your own hands and courage to win your freedom." Excluding the 2,000 slaves who died in battle, there were about 5,000 slaves who survived the riot. They were all brought over by the unsullied. And after the unsullied announced Danny's policy in the street, there were still 10 to 20,000 slaves who gathered around Pride Square to watch the show. Their masters didn't dare to detain them anymore. Danny didn't make things difficult for these smart people who didn't do anything and only took advantage of the situation. She only asked them to shout, "I want freedom," like the unsullied yesterday. Almost everyone shouted at the same time. Yes, almost meant that there were still people who didn't want to be free. Chapter 106. Danny was busy for 3 or 4 hours to unlock the shackles of tens of thousands of people. Seeing the sun set, the sky turned indigo, and hundreds of torches rose in the square. She had no choice but to find 100 unsullied to help unlock the slave collars. Even so, hearing that the Mother of Dragons was liberating slaves in the punishment square, Danny could only announce that it was late today. "You can't see my face, and I can't see your sincere and excited expressions. Let's continue tomorrow morning." The slaves thought about it. It was a rare opportunity to see her face. They couldn't waste it. First, they untied the shackles on their hands and feet. Tomorrow, they would come to untie the slave collars. Danny didn't know the details of the gift people in the city, so she didn't immediately divide the land among the rich. The newly liberated free people either pitched tents in the square or on the street for the night, or returned to their original owners' homes, but they were not allowed to hurt the owners of the houses. During this period, Yura sent people to report to her many times that he and Sir Shackles had broken one pyramid after another. Yura led the unsullied to guard the outside of the pyramids, both to deter the enemy and to prevent the enemy from escaping, while Sir Shackles was responsible for shouting and letting the slaves in the pyramids rebel. By midnight, they had broken down 5 pyramids, all of which were caused by the internal slaves rioting, and then Klein cooperated with them. Those pyramids were like pustules on Astapor's body. When they were squeezed out one by one, Danny had an inexplicable feeling of relaxation and comfort. The last thing that night was to hold a large funeral for the dead rebel slaves. 2,000 people gathered together, covered with firewood and kerosene. Centered on the wooden platform in the center of the square, the bodies were densely piled. Under the light of the fire, Danny held a tin trumpet to mourn the dead. Some of them died in battle, and some died in the hands of the unsullied, because they jumped from victims to perpetrators. "I helped you get freedom, but there is a limit to freedom. Individual freedom can't hurt others, even if they were the wives and daughters of slave owners." Danny was exhausted after a whole day, but she was very excited. She did something that could never be done in modern society, and it was particularly meaningful for the freedom of human beings. Finally, for the first time, she no longer missed her life in the modern world. She was a loner without parents, so she might as well let loose in the other world and do things to her heart's content. However, even if they are guilty, they have done a great service. They have made outstanding contributions to the cause of freeing the slaves. Therefore, I will personally send them off as free people back to the kingdom of the gods. I promise that they will be remembered by the world forever, along with the countless rebels who are still alive. Taking a step back, Danny waved at the sky under the gaze of tens of thousands of people. SSSS, 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 boom, boom, boom. 3 true dragons descended from the sky, and the dragon flames from their mouths ignited the huge crematorium. Boom! Bright red waves of fire soared into the sky. The scorching flames licked everyone's skin. The scorching heat waves formed a strong, repulsive force, causing everyone to unconsciously retreat, except for Danny. The high-temperature storm brought with it specks of dark red sparks that blew at her hair. The light from the fire illuminated her face, making it look like a piece of burning iron. However, she stood in front of the flames, unmoving. She seemed to be enjoying it. If it wasn't for the fragrant smell of barbecued human meat, she would have been enjoying it. Kada-boom! The wooden platform that used to hang the corpses of countless slaves groaned in the flames and died unwillingly, just like its master who was struggling in the flames of the great black dragon, just like the decaying system of the ancient city, the slavery system. In blood and fire, a new world will be born, Danny muttered. Little Queen, there's a situation. The muscular Beavis jogged over and whispered into her ear. Originally, this eunuch gladiator kept calling her Little Queen, Little Queen. His attitude and tone also seemed to treat Danny as an underage little girl. Although she was indeed only 15 years old, she was still 1 year away from becoming an adult in this world. After experiencing the sudden changes in the past few days, Beavis' attitude towards Danny became much more cautious. What's the situation? Danny asked. Tonight, she and her army of Unsullied would definitely enter the Great Pyramid of Grazdan. Before entering, she sent the eunuch gladiator to lead the Unsullied and the scholar Ethan to check every room in the pyramid and bring Grazdan's family out. If there were a few assassins who stayed behind and sneaked into Danny's bedroom in the middle of the night, she would have died in vain. The slave owner's family was all killed. Even the children were killed, Beavis said solemnly. What? Danny's expression changed. She gritted her teeth and said, Clayton deserved to be killed. Actually, deep down in her heart, she was cold. Her current rage was more of an act. When Ethan said that he was negotiating with her on behalf of the slaves, Danny had already guessed the ending of Grazdan's family. Would a ruthless character who dared to negotiate with the mother of dragons let go of the slave owner who had oppressed him for decades? However, Danny did not intend to pursue Clayton's responsibility. She deliberately did not immediately send people to clean up the Great Pyramid. It was not that she was so insidious that she wanted the slave owner's family to be cremated, but reality forced her not to start. There were more than a dozen pyramids waiting for her. Obviously, there might be one or a few clans in each pyramid. They might not have clans' ambitions, but they would definitely take revenge on the slave owner and vent their hatred. After killing Clan, would every pyramid be attacked as a fortress? The price of killing the rebellious slaves in the streets was different from killing the bandit slaves in the pyramids. In the streets and alleys, the Unsullied killed almost 700 strong criminals and the ferocious and stubborn people of the slave owner's family with the absolute advantage of 0 deaths. However, the pyramids were different. Not to mention how many resources and belongings would be destroyed in the pyramid, how many of her Unsullied would die in the complex environment of the pyramid. Were the eunuch warriors' lives so worthless? Sorry, the balance in Danny's heart was that even 10 slave owners' babies could not compare to one adult Unsullied. It was not Clan who killed them, the eunuch said. Ugh. Danny's expression must have been somewhat distorted at this moment. I've already displayed such a soul-deep acting skill, and you're telling me that it was a mistake? After a long time, she calmed down and asked curiously, did they commit suicide? When the dynasty changed, there were many ruthless people who killed their wives and children. No, more than 30 children under the age of 15 were all killed by one person who slit their throats. This, Danny gasped. There's someone more ruthless than Clan? I didn't even notice. She didn't come out. Clan, and I didn't dare to provoke her. The little girl who killed the bear in the Colosseum the day before yesterday, the bitch. Beavos said with a complicated tone. Grazdan did not have 30 children. Most of those people were his relatives who lived a good life in the pyramids and received the best education. Clan learned from the scholar about the contents of Danny's leaflet. Although he tortured and killed more than a dozen of the slave owner's relatives, he only locked the children in the spacious study. At this time, Danny climbed up the 100-meter high pyramid and saw the bitch again on the platform at the entrance of the palace at the top. The little girl sat on the stone steps, her right hand bandaged and her left hand playing with a short dagger. She looked relaxed and happy. Just behind her, through the open door, one could see dozens of corpses lying on the spacious stone floor. Black blood even overflowed the room, leaving dark red wet stains on the hundreds of steps. More than 10 hours had passed. In such a hot environment, the entire palace was filled with the stench of rotting corpses. The bitch glanced at Whitebeard, who was standing in front of Danny with a serious face, and said crisply, "I won't hurt the mother of dragons." Danny felt that she was not lying. She pushed Whitebeard away, stepped forward, and asked, "Why did you kill those children? Many of them were younger than you." The little girl stared at Danny curiously for a while and said, "I'm younger than many people, but I still had to enter the Colosseum to fight with the bear. Weren't you there?" Danny smiled bitterly and said, "I can't refute your words. If you were an adult, I would kill you to maintain the last bottom line of human beings not hurting innocent children. But for you, I can't find a reason to punish you. They're not human." The little girl put on a serious face and said, "Pigs give birth to pigs, dogs give birth to dogs, and slave owners are all demons. Demons only give birth to little demons." Danny and Whitebeard looked at each other and saw surprise and astonishment in each other's eyes. The slave owner is indeed a demon, but he used to be a human. Later, he slowly degenerated from human into a man-eating demon. Even if his children are little demons, as long as they are raised in the way of good people, they will become human again. Danny said something that she did not believe, but the little girl showed a skeptical look. "What a simple child." She sighed in her heart. "What's your name? Do you remember your parents and hometown? I can take you home. My name is the bitch. I don't remember where my home is, and I don't know if I have parents," the little girl said flatly. Danny blurted out, "You're not the bitch. Then what's my name?" The little girl looked up at her and asked with a faint desire in her eyes. "Well," Danny touched her smooth little chin and said thoughtfully, "in the Sea of the Sunset, there is a legendary heroine called Nymeria. I hope you can become a great hero respected by people in the future." "I don't want to be called Nymeria." She shook her head stubbornly and blinked her eyes that were not beautiful or bright. "From now on, I'm Danny Lissy." Danny was stunned. Whitebeard and Beavos laughed out loud. "We can't have the same name." Danny was embarrassed and proud. The little girl chose her name. Did it mean that in her heart, she was more legendary than the legendary hero Nymeria? Danny Lissy evolved from Danny C. 400 years ago, the virgin girl of the Targaryen family, Danny C., almost changed the fate of the world. At least she changed the fate of the Westeros. Well, now she also began to change the fate of Slave Bay. Why don't you be called Danny C.? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.